Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025-26 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. It is day 3, session 5. We are here in the Horton pool, kicking us off this morning with our 400-metre individual medley for the boys 12 to 14-year-olds.
Yes, we've had a slight reseeding of the first event here, the event 120. We had 4 heats to begin with. We still have 4 heats, so no time being made up there. However, we have lost about, looks like 5 to 6 athletes said that they wouldn't be turning up this morning. So this was meant to be a heat of 9. It is now down to a heat of 4. And, although they haven't gotten rid of anything, we've started about 2 minutes early here. Everyone's ready to go, fit, firing, and just can't wait to get into the pool.
And who wouldn't be fit and firing, ready for a 400 IM first up on the 3rd day of our competition? We did have a pretty late night last night with all of those exciting medley relays, some great swims yesterday evening as well as Friday night, so a 3-day comp. Not really surprising to see a few athletes missing from a 400 IM. I think by the time we get to day 3, you're starting to be a little more selective with your program. If you've got a slightly better chance in an event coming up later on this morning, maybe you've opted for that sleep in.
Yeah, well, it's always hard, so especially if you have like an event the night before that goes till, let's say, 9:30, let's even be generous and say 9 p.m. In theory, by the time you get out, speak to your coach, I'm sure that a couple of these kids wanted to watch some of their friends in relays. You kind of haphazardly get into the cool-down pool and you roll your arms over, but are you doing it with much purpose because you're 14 years old and your coach tells you to cool down, but you don't know why you cool down, and there's a bit of lackadaisical nature about it. And then you get out, you go see your parents, they pick you up, let's say it's a 20-minute drive home. You're not getting into bed until 10:30 at night because you need something to eat as well. And then you have to get up by, let's even say, 6 this morning to get ready, have some breakfast, get on the drive here, warm up an hour before your event, and then you do a 400 IM. What a life it must be.
I don't know if you can relate to that, Elliot. I think you might have some experience, it sounds like.
I may have done a couple of 400 IMs in my time. That was back when I was a swimmer. Thank goodness that when I was young, I was ambitious. We never had to do this as open athletes. You never start an event at 8:30 in the morning. We do it here because there's so many kids that have done incredibly well to qualify for this competition that we do have 4 heats of 400 IMs, and we have over 1,000 athletes competing at this competition, almost closer to 1,500 athletes with 5,000 entries into races.
Yeah, you've really taken the words right out of my mouth there. I was having this conversation with a few other coaches this morning about the depth of competitiveness across our age groupers this year. We've seen so many records go, and not only one person in races breaking records, but we've seen relays where the top 2 teams have gone under record times, and across the field we have seen some incredibly close races. As we turn our attention to the pool here in the 400 IM, Aaron Liu in lane 4. He's going to turn there for the last 50 of his breaststroke. He's been leading well and truly throughout this race. After the butterfly leg, he secured that lead in the backstroke. And we're just watching Ethan Dennison try to catch up to him in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, there's for most of these kids, it'll just be enjoying their time. Now, this is going to be timed finals, I believe, and timed finals meaning you don't qualify for a final at night. However they swim in the morning here is how the results are going to come out. And I do believe that there are going to be medals for 12-year-olds, medals for 13s and 14s. So although we've got a couple of kids in here, all of the guys in this group are 12 years old. We've got people in as late as heat 3 of 4. You know, Elijah Lamont in lane 4, he had a good 400 free, 1,500 free that I watched on day 1 that he did. So we definitely know he's got the endurance behind him. But these kids are basically racing the time that they think he's going to go, as well as racing each other and racing themselves.
Yeah, if we look across, we've got about 6 12-year-olds in this event. So there is a high chance that there will be at least 1 medal out of this first heat. So these guys are certainly racing, looking for one of those on top of a nice personal best. We're looking at the entry times. Aaron there at a 5:48. Some of those barriers that we like to break are obviously those multiples of 10, and we can see really big drops.
It looks like Ethan Dennison, though. So if we assume the two 12-year-olds in the next two heats are going to go faster than this heat, then this battle out front is most likely going to be for that final medal position. So Ethan Dennison has taken 3 seconds out of Aaron Liu's lead here and could potentially be working his way into a bronze medal.
As the boys turn now for that last 25, they are still stroke for stroke. What a way to kick us off for the morning. There is definitely a medal up for grabs here. What colour, we will wait and see with 2 more 12-year-olds left to swim. But I think you might be right. Ethan Dennison might be able to maintain that momentum into the wall. He'll take out the first of 4 heats or timed finals this morning. 5:41.47. Aaron Liu 5:41.89, and Matthew Hu finishes in third 5:46.08.
So we'll keep an eye on that time, because if both of those guys are able to go under that 5:45 barrier, first of all, massive PBs. And was that PBs for everyone in that race? Yes, it was. So ticks 100%. Basically, we want to see that the whole morning.
We certainly want to keep that ball rolling as we hit heat 2. We do have another of our 12-year-olds here, Gianluca, in lane 1. And then we also bring into the mix a few of our 13 and 14-year-old athletes. 400 IM, obviously 100 metres of each stroke. It's quite a challenging event. And we're looking to see a few different strategies across the field here, depending on athletes' strengths. Obviously, butterfly being one of those strengths for Douglas Lee out in lane 9. He'll take us around at the 50-metre turn in a 30.98, so a pretty swift start for 400.
I don't know how these kids felt, but whenever I did a 400 IM, I wanted to work on flow. Butterfly was all about flow, because the race isn't won after 100 metres. At Nationals, I could be second after 100, but last by the time you get to 300. It's not won by just being the fastest at the first point of the race. So for me, it was more a focus on how can I flow as best as possible during this first part of the race here, which we see Douglas take out in a time of 108.9, so well under that 110 barrier, and the only person in the field to do it. The problem that I had with short course racing, though, was because you have 2 extra turns, it meant that you were interrupting that flow a little bit, so you weren't able to work smoothly through the 100 metres.
Yeah, we know how important those turns are, particularly in these IMs when you're transitioning from one stroke to the next. We really want to almost be building speed into the wall so we can try and, like you said, maintain that flow as you come off the wall and not disrupt it too much. If you lose that momentum going in, you're probably going to be really likely to lose that flow. And flowing through nicely is Thomas Sahar in this backstroke. He's almost caught up the 3 seconds difference between himself and Douglas in the butterfly leg. And just off that wall, he might have popped himself out in front. Also having a good backstroke is Andrew Spencer over in lane 3. He's closing the gap as well. And those 3 boys a little bit ahead of the rest of the field at this point.
Yes, but we're having a look here. It looks like Douglas and Thomas, is it? Yes, they're different ages. So as much as you want to race the person next to you in order to get the best time out of yourself, you need to keep in mind that that might not be your direct opponent. Who's over there in lane 3? That's Spencer Andrew. So he is the same age as Thomas. So these guys are directly racing each other. Now what you want to see as a coach is be building momentum into the second 50. I don't know how many times I'm going to say momentum this morning, but it's going to be a dangerous amount. What you want to see, we've got here on pool deck, you see the blue board in the top right of your screen on the live stream. That shows us the splits, and it also shows us the total time. And when a swimmer does a faster 50 than they did the 50 before, that lights up green. When it's slower, it's red. As a coach, you want to see build into each 100.
Yeah, we almost talk about it like that negative split. So the first 50, we're able to go a little bit faster in that second 50. And as you said, build into it. What I am liking is we are looking at these 12 to 14-year-olds, and we have quite a lot of green hitting the wall at the end of that backstroke, which means they did negative split that particular 100. Now we're into the breaststroke. We're going to see the red because our breaststroke is obviously, or usually, I should say, a little bit slower than the backstroke, and we'll keep an eye on it as we turn into the freestyle, who can be once again building through the breaststroke leg.
Exactly, and most coaches will say, we want you to set the foundation of your stroke in the first 25 metres of each 100. So that means nice and long strokes. You don't want to be finishing the backstroke and then do 20 strokes in order to get to the other wall on the breaststroke. You want that number down to be somewhere around 10 to 12, especially for these younger kids. As we see Andrew Spencer go through the 300-metre mark here, he's got a clear lead of, boy, is that 15 seconds or so?
Yeah, he swam that breaststroke leg beautifully. As you said, we want to see nice longer strokes in those IMs and the good flow. He really maintained that, kept the drive moving forward, so he didn't go up and down on the spot too much, which sometimes we can see when athletes start to fatigue. And we also see that ability of the end of the breaststroke. If you can get into the freestyle a little ways ahead of your competitors, freestyle is the fastest stroke. So the gap that you have is almost going to double on the rest of the field there.
Yeah. And so he was about 4 seconds faster in that second 50 of breaststroke alone, which has really set up the crux of what the lead that he has now. We now come down to the final 5 metres. You want the head down for as long as possible here. That's great skills from the young man. Well done to Andrew Spencer. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. So that's going to be the time to beat for the 14-year-olds. Now we've got quite a few of them coming up in the following heats, and 5 minutes 18 there for Thomas Sahar.
So it'll be Aiden Advahov over in lane 2. I think he's our fastest 13-year-old so far at a 5:21.85. I've got Elliot here writing down all the times. You're always on top of the records and what times are qualifying for finals. You're my maths guru.
I'll try my absolute best, but we saw Gianluca beat all of the 12-year-olds in the previous heat, so currently he's in the pole position.
So heat 3 hitting the water now, and we have the last of our 12-year-olds swimming out of lane 4 here, Elijah Lamont. We did touch earlier on the fantastic weekend that he's had. He come away with a gold medal in the 200 butterfly last night. So we know that he has that bit more of an endurance background. It's good to see him. He's not really leading out this fly. He's staying more relaxed. And that's kind of how I like to swim a 400 IM. As you said before, it's all about the rhythm. I think another really important factor is oxygen. You need to be making sure you're getting plenty of oxygen in and you're not overexpending it on those underwaters too much.
Exactly. 50 freestylers can barely hold their breath for, the whole race. You're desperately going to need it by the time you're getting to the last 100. So, stuff it. You're going to desperately need it after the first 150 in this race. So, getting as much in early and not reducing that deficit that you're going to have later is very important. Now, just very quickly while we've got this race going on, can you please, I unfortunately was not here last night. I was lucky enough to be commentating on some of the brilliant Victorian records from last night, but can you talk about any highlights that we may have seen in last night's racing?
Oh, there were quite a lot across the board. I mean, every time Lucy Marr gets in and races, I'm on record watch. She did some fantastic swims, ticked off another one from the bucket list yesterday evening and went really close to quite a few. One of the ones, the 100 IM last night, stood out to me. The boys were impeccable in the sprints. Leo Dong, from an outside lane, just powered out in the first 25. And we saw quite a few athletes actually break the 50-second barrier in the 100 freestyles as well. So
17, 18, or were there a couple of 16-year-olds in there as well? Wow, it's very impressive.
It was a huge night. The sprints were spectacular. The sprinters were absolutely on fire.
We had 8 records on night 1. Do you know how many came from last night? Or even just a rough...
Off the top of my head, no, but I can tell you, because if you go and check out the Swim Victoria Instagram page, they let us know. So we had Han Tang Wang broke another record. What a superstar he is, the 200 IM. 209, sub 210 at 13 years of age. Lucy Ma, 214, the 200 IM. We had Zoe Clemenson go a 102 for the 100 fly. She's just 12 years old, 102, phenomenal. And then, of course, Felix Dressel-De Bruin. This was probably one of my highlights as well, 21.99 for the 50 freestyle.
I remember that one. He seemed more impressed with his 200 IM than he did the 50 free. You almost had to let him know, excuse me, sir, you've just broken a Victorian record.
Yeah, there's been some great ones. There's been some absolutely stellar swims.
As we see Harry in lane 5 going around here. Now, he's part of our 13-year-old category, so he needs to try and beat that 5:21 that was swum in the heat before in order to take out pole position and put some pressure on these guys in the later heats. Now, we just spoke about him just before, breaking a record. We've got Han Tang Wang coming up in the next heat with Lachlan Bull. I remember these guys having an excellent battle in the 200 individual medley for the 13-year-olds on night 1, and we'll see if they can back it up in the 400 here. I do wonder how much energy has been taken out of Han Tang, because he will have had a massive program, and you're just showing me here he went a 51 last night in the 100 freestyle.
Yeah, so that was another Australian age record. Previously set at 52, he smashed an entire second off it.
Gee, so I would, I'd ask, boy, is he tired? Is he slowing down? The correct answer there is no.
And then Leo Dong was a 49.79, so 15-year-olds breaking 50 for 100 free.
That is so impressive.
Not something you see every day.
And the names that he's doing it over as well. We're seeing Harrison Main multiple times this competition. Liam Paulson has done a couple of backstroke efforts. Jacob Ritchie's, I know, has been in quite a few races. These are stacked heats. And we come down to the final 75 metres here. Harrison Kalagis turning in a 4 minutes 20, so he's going to be somewhere around that, between a 450 and a 455 here. Going to be the first person this morning to break 5 minutes, and the only one in this heat by the looks of it. 452, very good. Let's see how that ranks up against his PB. Oh, just a casual 21-second PB for the young man. Huge effort from Harry this morning. That's the way we want to kick off our timed finals for the 400 IM. We do have one heat remaining, so we are going to see only 13 and 14-year-olds contesting that heat. We'll see what they can do, but he's really set quite the benchmark out of heat 3 here. And we had a 5:06 there for Elijah Lamont. Now that's a 6-second PB. Do you remember how that ranked up against what Jean-Luc did in the heat before? That is going to be our gold medal winning time. Gianluca finished just behind Aiden, and Aiden was at around a 5:21, I believe. So it looks like the 12-year-old will have been wrapped up. 12-year-olds will have been wrapped up by now. So we had 6 competing. We had 4 of the 12-year-olds in the first heat, and it was basically whoever won that won the bronze medal, because the 2 other boys were just a bit further ahead in the other heats, and you wonder whether they got a bit of an advantage swimming against those 13, 14-year-olds that were around them. So our 4th of 4 timed finals, 400 IM, boys 12 to 14-year-olds. Swimming out of lane 4, Han Tang Wang, incredible weekend for him. Lachlan Bull in 5. He's also done a tremendous effort. He's going to be out in front as we come down the last lap of our butterfly, but as we've seen in our previous heats, it's not necessarily the winner at the 100-metre mark who will take out the race. These 2 100s in the middle are probably the more important ones, would you say, Elliot? Oh, definitely. This is where you set up your race and really find out who you're going to be racing when it comes down to the freestyle. except for Han Tang, it's pretty even across the board. Everyone can kind of work their way through freestyle. Yeah, some people will be a second faster or slower per 50, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty even, and it's based more on effort. Whereas breaststroke, some people have got it, some people just don't.
Yeah, well, we know Lachlan Bull in lane 5. He's certainly a very strong breaststroker. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Han Tang has just taken over that lead in the backstroke. We also have Yijin Jiang out in lane 7. He's sitting nicely up in this top group of 3 as well. So I certainly have a little bit of an outside hope that he's going to come through in that breaststroke as well.
Well, we saw him do a 105 against Quinn Richards. I believe it was separated by less than a tenth of a second, that race. I remember because I was so confident that he was going to win. But it was a very close race. But we know that him and Lachlan Bull have incredible breaststrokes. So the fact that they're so high up in the backstroke really means that they stand a very good chance. And I really do wonder if Han Tang Wang is just going, I know that if I'm near and around these guys in the breaststroke, I'm just going to, walk away with it in the freestyle. Unfortunately, this kid he is human. We have seen him take at least 2 Australian records. Keep that in mind. This is the fastest any 13-year-old has ever swum in Australian history. This cannot be understated. We have never seen it done so quickly, and he's just done it twice in one meet in 2 days. And I wonder if there's another one coming up.
Well, I would certainly be a little bit worried if I was the boys in lanes 5 and 7, Lachlan and Yijin. There's still 50 metres to go. They're going to want to have as much of a lead as possible coming into the freestyle. If you know that your competitor has the capacity to do a 51 in their 100 free, you need that confidence of a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of room.
Well, if the 400 free is an easier event than the 400 IM, but we have seen Han Tang Wang at the first event of this competition came back in a 28 for his last 50 of the 400 free. So we know he's got that speed in him over that distance. Lachlan Bull here, it's not going to be enough of a lead based off how this is looking. Han Tang Wang has done an excellent job to keep himself in the 40 seconds for that 50 free. Lachlan Bull had a 50 breaststroke. Lachlan Bull also had a 40-second 50 breaststroke, and Yijin Jiang has also had a 41. So these 3 guys have really exploded away from the rest of the group, and there it is. Han Tang has just taken over the lead. I think he knows that this record is going to be a hard one to catch. I don't exactly know what this 400 freestyle record is for his age group because we don't have it here on the program in front of us. I'm sure we can look it up and find it out in the long run. We'll keep an idea of what his time is, but also to keep in mind that Yijin Jiang, although he's sitting around that 2nd or 3rd position, is the only 14-year-old up in this top 3. So he's going to take away the gold medal for this age group so long as he can get under that 452 for the previous heat. And I think he's going to absolutely walk that in. He's got a really nice tempo. He's looking at over at his training partner in Lachlan Bull, but Han Tang Wang takes it out in a 445.5. 448s for both Lachlan Bull and Yijin Jiang. And there's a nice race going on here for 4th and 5th, Aston Wilson and Jaden Zheng. So we'll see what age group they are. They're both 14-year-olds. So those guys will have been racing each other directly, and that is probably going to be the difference between medals there. So 55, about 0.75 of a second, just about. The 400, I've just been told that Han Tang Wang was 5 seconds outside the Victorian record. So a nice easy swim for him. Basically a swim off. I think we've seen a medalist come from just about every single heat in this program somewhere. So in those initial heats, we had a bronze medalist in heat number 1 for the 12-year-olds. And just in heat 3 there of the 4 heats that we had in that 400 IM, there was a medalist for the 13-year-olds as well. So just saying that medals can come from anywhere and everywhere in these mixed age groups. We have moved on to event 121, the men's 100 butterfly for the 17, 18-year-olds. A bit scarce this heat, you know, missing lane 3 and lane 7. So those guys that are really pushing for those finals positions, it looks like any time around that 57-second barrier is going to make the final tonight based off this first heat.
Certainly day 3, if you're coming into an event sitting around that top 10 mark, maybe not quite in there, this is going to be one of your best opportunities to get a swim in a final tonight. We do see a few more athletes missing. We also have that little bit of extra fatigue for some of our swimmers who may have had heavy programs across the weekend. Doesn't seem to be slowing down the boys in the golden lanes here, though. Felix Dressel-De Bruin and Jake Ridley taking this one out pretty swiftly there. 26-1-2 and 26-2-1.
Yeah, very impressive swim from these guys. Now, Felix Dressel-De Bruin, we know that he's a power athlete, 100 butterfly. It's a power event. You know, Maxime Grousset, Matt Temple, these guys that you see on the international stage, big, bulky, strong blokes. So you need to make sure that you've got that power, and we know that he does.
I think what's really interesting about Felix is his ability to race most events. Last night he took out the 100-metre breaststroke, almost breaking the minute barrier. He went a 100, and it was just a superb swim. This one, great as well, 55.84 ahead of Jake, 56.54. And I'm just starting to wonder what this guy can't do.
I'm a little bit worried. He did look like he was swimming up and down and lost the flow of his stroke in the last 10 metres there, so it might have been fatiguing. Missing lane 4 here, Ashley Nichols. Now, we know he's a good 100-metre backstroker. I believe had a silver medal earlier in this program. And you know what? It's a long drive back to Traralgon. Maybe he had to head back there. As we see Adam El-Hefni. Now, I spoke to Janelle Pallister. She's got big raps on this athlete. He had such an incredible race against Dimitri, who we see was the fastest qualifier so far, I believe, from Heat 1. He took out that heat, and I wonder if they're going to have another great battle today. I thought that the biggest problem for Adam was he wasn't able to hold on to that speed. So because we've only got 100 metres here, maybe this might play more into his favour. He leads us around after the 50 and 75 with a very dominant lead.
Yeah, I have to agree entirely. That 200 fly, he just probably didn't have quite the legs on him to finish it off. So this front-end speed, certainly the 100 is going to be more suited to him at this point in time. He will take out this heat in a 56.13. Darcy Connell over in lane 2. He'll go second, 56.61. And there was a big celebration out of lane 1. Our swimmer from Albury.
I wonder if he's just cracked the minute barrier for the first time. 59.91 was his time. Is that a PB for the young man?
His entry of 100.08.
There it is. Now, I did say in the first heat, it looked like 57 was going to make the final. 3 people from every heat went of 57 or lower. So there's going to be one 58-second swimmer that gets in. We move now on to event 123. This is the 200 freestyle for the 16-year-old men. You know what? I am very excited for this event, especially for tonight. Looking at it, you've got some really, really high-quality names in here. Luca Brown, we've seen quite often so far in this competition. Eli Billman, obviously, has been shredding up this age group, and Milo Dressel-De Bruin. So we'll see if he can work his way into being in the mix once again for those medals.
Yeah, Eli won the 100-metre butterfly last night. Didn't look too happy at the end of it. He had his sights set on that record, I'm pretty sure. He was about 0.3 over it. So we know he has those skills in underwaters, those really solid dolphin kicks. Being a 200 freestyle, we're probably not going to see him utilising as much of that distance off the wall, but I do like the depth that he gets and that ability to hold. He just has about 4 of the kicks, and they're really solid on the underwater.
Sorry, what record did you say he was close to?
100 butterfly.
Oh, wow, very... Well, once again, we talk about power. We've got the power there. 200 freestyle is a beautiful event because it's not long enough. Sorry, it's too long to be a sprint, but too short to actually have a race plan to go, I'm going to use energy here and here. You basically have to thrash yourself for as long as possible and kind of just hold on unless your coach wants to build into it. Maybe you can take the first 25 off and just let the adrenaline do all the work for you there. But other than that, it's a long way to go, and your heart rate needs to be very high for quite a while.
Yeah, I think short course in particular, this is probably one of the harder events to actually race on the program because it is so sprinty still, but it does go on for around 2 minutes, so it's a long time to be at full capacity. As the boys come down to touch now, it will be Eli Billman looking pretty relaxed and comfortable. His entry time's a 1:52. He's gone a 1:58. He knows that if he gets in those top 3 places, you've got a great chance of being in tonight's final. Zachary Shearer in lane 3, he'll finish in second. There'll be William Bryan who touches in third around that 2-minute 0.7 barrier.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be around that 2-minute barrier. Now, the 10th place in this event was entered. Sorry, 10th place in this event was entered in that 2-minute time. Now, we've had a couple of people pull out, but I think a couple of people are going to improve themselves here.
Okay. Couple missing from this one. I have to agree entirely. I think tonight we're going to see some very fast swimming. Not sure about this morning. I think it's going to be more a game of strategy. Get yourself a lane in the final. And the boys coming up, it'll be where do they want to be in the pool? Who do you want to be racing next to? What side of the pool are you trying to be in? Because the way these guys train, they're going to have a pretty good idea and concept of how fast they're swimming, and they'll be able to look around. In freestyle, it's fairly easy to see across the pool where everyone else is.
It's just as hard as the physical fatigue. There's a lot of mental fatigue. A couple of these guys will be doing 10 events. If you do heats and finals, you're looking at 20 races. Then you need to do relays on top of that. That's a lot of time you need to actually get your head in the right place in order to put your best foot forward. Now, it might not be best foot forward here for these guys as we see them go around that 55, 56 second barrier, and we wonder if they might just pull off here in order to save themselves physically. But it doesn't take away from how mentally draining it might be for some of these athletes to keep on turning up and going and going. And then, on top of that, you've got warm-ups, you've got the race, you've got the cool-downs. That's 3 times for each event that you need to get into the pool, give or take. So that's what these guys have got to deal with. It's like, I've got to, okay, get in the pool again. What's my focus now? All right, now there's no place for me to put my bag. I've got to swim over a couple of 12-year-olds here in order to get my warm-up done in the way that I want it done. There's a lot of mental switch on that you need to have for just a small 3-day competition, and sometimes it's almost easier going to a big competition because there's not as many people and you don't have to keep as mentally switched on. You can just let your body do what it knows.
As the boys come down to finish this 200 now, it will be Adonis Giotopoulos in lane 4, 156.63, so a little quicker than the previous heat. William Tan, 158.25, similar to our winner from heat 1. And then Gianluca Paradiso finishes in third, once again 200.39. So we're still seeing around that 2-minute mark. We might see, like earlier, one person above that sneak into that 10th place. We'll see.
So it's Gordon Chen, by the looks of it, the winner 2:02 there. Now, we've had 3 people swim 2 minutes or below, and in the first heat, 3 people swim 2 minutes or below in the second heat, which means we have had 6 people. The next best that I've seen from what I've seen, 7th place looks around that 2:02. So if we can have 4 people here that get under 2:01, then they're going to be in the final. Otherwise, it's going to be down to the decimal point between Gordon Chen and 4th place in the heat before, in heat 1, to see who will actually get into that 10th position in the outside lane.
Well, we've got 2 boys who are really taking this one out with a fairly solid lead against the rest of the field, so they'll be looking to be the ones going under that 2-minute barrier. We'll check the pace as we come up to the 100-metre mark, because it's a pretty close race between Ashton Robinson and Billy Fisher. And then if you look to the other side, William Goldstraw, he's also in that mix. They've all turned around the 58 mark.
So if they can be around 58, what I'm looking for is minimum 2 minutes. You can't go 58 and a 102. That's a bit too big of a disparity. You need that time to be a bit closer. You maybe want a second and a half between your first and your second. But because these guys are a little bit more inexperienced, I know that they're 16 years old, but we're on the state age stage here. We need to make sure that we're seeing these guys have nice, consistent back ends. You can't just go out in a 30.6 for your second 50 and then blow out to 32s and 33s. We've already seen them turn a second slower and go 31s. But I'll tell you what, Billy Fisher really wants this final position. He's pulled out from the rest of those guys.
Yeah, at the pace he's going now, it's looking like he will score a place in the final, but we might be seeing that 202 come into play here. See what the boys can do down this final lap. It will be Luca Brown who takes out the third heat of 3, and that's the fastest time we've seen this morning, 154.82. Matthew Moran 156.28, and then Billy Fisher 2:00.04. William Goldstraw, he flew home 29.71 in that final 50, really lifted, and there's our fourth 2:00.
Yep, there you go. So so that's 10 people that had 2:00 or lower. No 201s, but it looks like 3, 4, maybe 5 202s. Now we get to do it all again with the 15-year-olds this time. So we've got the same event, 3 heats as before, all seeded, but with the 15-year-olds. Now these events seem to be a bit more scarce. You know, we've only got 3 heats and we're missing lanes 0 and 9, meaning at most we could have only 24 swimmers in this event.
You know, we don't have a large field, but the condensed field that we do have is pretty top quality. A lot of the names in this race have picked up medals across the weekend. I'm just looking down through the heats. I mean, in this one, Liam Paulson, Noah Chappell's been swimming well, Leo Nolan, also a great swimmer. And then you go into the next heat, you've got Harrison Main, Jacob Richards, Leo Dong. We've got record holders in there. And then even down in that third heat, you've got Kaisei Kojima. Cody said, really great endurance swimmer coming down into the 200. I still think this is going to be a really close race tonight in the final.
I'm almost looking at the middle 3 lanes of Heat 2 and saying that's almost what I would predict to be the final standings on the wall, on the medal podium. But then again, I completely forget sometimes about Liam Paulson and Noah Chappell. These are both great swimmers who will be looking to shake up this competition a bit.
Yeah, Liam, he's so strong in these 200-metre events. I really enjoy when he gets to race those middle distance swims. We do see him in the sprints quite often, but I think 200 really suits him. He obviously comes into this ranked fastest at a 154.0. Having a great swim, though, is Ben Merrilees over in lane 3. He's really made up a little bit of ground there. He was the only person to split 30 point in that third 50. So, as you said earlier, we might say momentum a lot, but momentum is definitely on his side.
Yeah, definitely. And lane 2's not going away either. They're definitely going to be setting the tone for the 4th fastest in each heat. Where are they going to be and what's it going to take to make this final? Once again, we're looking at, well, that's the first 201 by the looks of it in this 4th heat. So we'll see if to make the final, it might almost be quicker in the 15-year-olds and the 14-year-olds because the top 3 all went under the 2-minute barrier there. This is really going to be hot tonight. I just want to mention quickly as we get the second heat underway, if you can go back on the live stream, look at the extension that Liam Paulson gets on his breathing stroke. So he gets his breathing stroke in, his head down, and then it's almost like he just glides and uses that, I'm going to say, quarter of a second longer in order to get some free extension out of the stroke. Take a couple less strokes. It doesn't take much energy to put a streamline in, and you would associate a streamline more with breaststroke. But if you can just get that arrow pointing through the water, it's so important for making the swim more efficient. I think he has an excellent stroke, and he'll be building. And although he's not the biggest kid right now, especially in this age group, he could grow into his body in later years, and his technique is built on really solid foundations.
Foundation is the word that you did use earlier, and I was about to say it again. You've once again taken the words from me. But
so we hang out too much.
Oh, I know. We spend too much time together here at the pool. But those are the things we're looking for, especially athletes 15 years of age. They've got so much growth ahead of them in maturity as well as physicality. If we set those foundational skills, that foundational technique, it really increases kind of where the ceiling is for their abilities. If you don't set the tone when they're younger, it's a lot harder to make those changes as you age up. So it's great to see those foundational skills coming through our system.
Looks like we've got a small back and forth here going between Harrison Main and Jacob Ritchie's. Jacob put in a slightly faster 50 on that one than the one before, and he's pulled out that half a second lead. I feel like Leo Dong's just sitting here going, I know I'm going to be in the final tonight. I'll save some of my energy for that. Because we know he's more of a sprint type, so he's going to need all the energy he can get for tonight. Because this is the beautiful couple of where the sprinters keep going up and the distance swimmers come down. It looks like we're going to have 3 athletes here once again in and around that sub 2 minute mark. Leo Dong just outside of it, but we know that these are the 3 guys that are going to be in the middle of the pool fighting for it. And we've already seen a 200 from the 4 of the heat before. So we just need to check how many people in this next heat can get in and around that 2 minute mark. And it looks like only 2 of them have PB sub 2 minutes. So looking at lane 3 here at William Chow, or Ko? I'm sorry, I'm so dreadful with names. I would like to apologise to everyone. I am genuinely trying my best. I'm just not, I'm illiterate, basically. Nice clean start and underway for our final heat here of the men's 15-year-old 200-metre freestyle. We've got a lot of big 6-speed kicks to begin with in this first 25, which I am not a huge fan of. I'd rather see them work the arms a lot more in this first 50. But then again, over in lane number 2, we've got Lewis Sherratt, who says, I want to keep myself involved in this race and I want to swim tonight. So the best way I can do that is keep myself up with those leading players in the middle of the field. And the longer I can stay with them, the better my chances of swimming tonight.
Yeah, I think sometimes it does take those little bit of mind games as well. If you can be in there with a chance, you might be able to muster a little bit of extra energy down that last lap to hold on. Whereas if you kind of sit back and you're already sort of off the pace and falling a bit behind, the mental capacity might not be there to really push yourself through that little extra pain barrier.
Well, there were certain athletes that I knew back when I was swimming. If I was ahead of them at the 100-metre mark, it would almost break them mentally and they'd swim themselves out of the race. I wouldn't even have to improve, get faster. I could even get slower. But because they knew they were behind me and I was renowned a little bit for my stronger back ends, they almost broke themselves before we even got to the last 100. So when you talk about mind games, you want certain people to be in certain places. And if they're not, it can throw out your own momentum, which is why it's so important to stick in the lane, follow your coach's race plan, and believe in the training that you've done yourself.
It was a quick 50 there from Kaisei Kojima, fastest in the pool, 29.86. He's trying to make up the ground that Cody said got ahead of him in the second 50 or at that 100-metre mark, and they've almost come up side by side. Looks like these two might be certainly the ones to make their way into this final, and we'll see what the boys on the far side of the pool can do between William and Lewis. We've also got a little last-ditch attempt from out in lane 8, Hugo.
Wow, so we've had quite a few of those boys post their 2-minute barrier. Is this almost going to be faster than the 16-year-olds to make this final? Because we've had 4 swimmers get under that 2:00 and a half. So just that half a second. I'm wondering, was it a 2:01 that we saw in the first heat from Keegan that unfortunately might miss out on tonight's final?
It's looking that way. We had 3 under 1:59 and then the 2:01 out of heat 1. We had 3 under 2 minutes from heat 2, and we've had 4 under 2 minutes from heat 3, or at 2 minutes, I should say.
Yes, so it's definitely that 2:01 barrier you needed to be well under. And I'll say this again, Lewis Sherratt, great swim from the young man out there. That was a 5 or 6 second PB, and as I said, he knew that he needed to do something different. You can't do the same thing over and over again and to expect a different result. It's Einstein's definition of insanity. You need to change something up. I almost wonder, because it's so good, whether that's a long course time, because you can enter into a short course competition with a long course time.
I mean, it is certainly a potential. We have just seen some big personal bests. A lot of our short course season has kind of been quite condensed, so maybe he just hasn't really raced previously in this season at a high level. He might have just done 1 or 2 meets to qualify, been happy with that time that was set earlier in the season, and this has been his target.
Interesting that there was no Stone Ma in this race. Oh, sorry, not Stone Ma. Stone Ma's the record holder. I was looking at the record because Ishak Ismail was in this race originally. Decided to not swim it today, which is very interesting. We'll see what he wants to spend more of his time on. Christopher Lee there with a great swim, and Daniel Collins taking it out. Third place there, 56.7, and top 4 all under 57.
So we have moved on from our 200-metre freestyles. We've halved it. It's the boys' 14-year-olds 100-metre freestyle. This is our second of 4 heats. And, I mean, try to pick who's turning first at that 25-metre mark. It might have been Jordan Silva in lane 5. He's come off the wall nicely there. A little bit of intensity coming from over in lane 3, Benjamin Shang. And out here in lane 7, Xavier Moat.
Now, so the easiest way that you can look at the top 10 finalists for what's going to be the top 10 time is go to heat 1, and lane 6 is the 10th place seed time going into. And you usually look around that time for these younger age groups because a lot of these kids are going to be around there. It was a 57.5. We already saw 4 people from the heat before go 56s or below. So it looks like that's the standard that's going to be set. And Yijing Zhang backing up from that 400-metre individual medley medal that he will have gotten. And he did he negative split that?
He did.
All right, so
I love that in 100 freestyle.
He's decided, stuff it. I've done a 400 IM. I'm now going to go negative split a 100 freestyle and be the fastest qualifier in my heat. Because why not?
I like it. He's got style.
He's got a lot of style. And once again, we're seeing the top 4 under that 57-second barrier. 57's not going to cut it this morning. It's going to have to be a 56, maybe even mid or below.
Yeah, currently 56.8 sits at 7th. So we need to see some fast swims out of heat 3. We've got a lot of speed on our side here. The boys last night certainly showcased some phenomenal sprinting, and this morning we are seeing the exact same thing. Xavier Gray out fast on that first 25, but here comes Ashton Clements as they turn at the 50-metre mark. It looks like Ashton will just get his feet over that little bit quicker, 26.71.
Austin McNaught with a great turn there. We talk about foot speed going over the top of the water, and now there's a lot of swimming involved, but short course is all about skills. We've got a line across from 7, 6 and 5. This is going to be on Austin McNaught in order to try and shake up these middle lanes and push them towards what could be another final. Very close here, absolute blanket across. You don't want to see any breaths in this last 5 metres. I'm going to say Austin McNaught might have had the best skills of anyone in that race, but he came second with a 57.1, so quite outside of what we were talking about. We said we had 7 swimmers get under that 57-second barrier, and I wonder if he's just done enough there from lane 7 in order to get himself into the final. But Ashton Clements destroying that race, so convincing. We didn't even mention his name. We are in the final heat here of event 128. There's been 128 events go in this competition. It's a large amount.
It is a pretty huge program across our 3 days of competition. So no wonder we've seen so many athletes backing it up and constantly almost hitting the water. Already, I mean, we've just gone 9:15 in the morning, and a couple of these guys have already swum twice.
Yeah, I was just having a look here, and it's pretty close in that battle for second position here. Her feet come over the wall. It looks like James Teo might have just taken that second position away from Jamie Dong and Roy Yang, but out in front, Edward Pollard, dominant swim, gets his hand on the wall, 57.22. That's not too far off the final. Unfortunately, he won't make it, but I swear to you that is going to be very close. He almost snuck in.
That could almost sneak in. Third was a 57.2 out of heat 3. And I think that was 2.6.
Surely there was a couple of 57s around that low mark. He's going to be in with a chance of being in the reserves at a bare minimum.
That's so exciting from a 4th heat.
Sorry, I'm just looking over at the other scoreboard, and Lucy Ma doing Lucy Ma things, taking out her 100 freestyle. We move now to the 13-year-old's 200-metre breaststroke. Oh, unfortunately, he's not here. I spoke to his coach earlier. One of my favourite swimmers, Lincoln Hall, has been sick all week and in bed, so I have not had the chance to see him. He's my little hero, that kid. I love what he's about. But instead, we get to see the raw power and expertise of Lachlan Bull. It looked like he glided for about 4 seconds there, didn't it?
I was about to say that final stroke there into the wall. I mean, two things. One, would you opt to go for the longer stroke into a turn or take the shorter one? I personally would prefer the shorter stroke, hit the wall a little bit more aggressively. But what was more impressive was on that longer stroke, the ability to hold that distance per stroke. He's getting further than 2 metres per stroke here.
Exactly. And just having a quick count now, he's up to 4 strokes for this lap. 5. And maybe he's got a thing with his coach where he knows he's going to be so dominant in this race that his coach just says, let's see how strong you can be. Let's set it up for tonight. I want to see the best technique you've got. So at most 6, maybe 7 strokes a lap. See how many you can keep under that 7 barrier. Just look at how long he is. We spoke earlier about it doesn't take as much energy in order to just extend yourself out and keep yourself in that streamline. There's a lot of Zach Stubblety-Cook about this kind of technique.
And it just looks so relaxed. We love it when fast swimming looks like easy swimming.
Oh, it's my favourite thing, and it's something back in my day we aspired to be like a kid called Nicholas Gronwald. And Nick Gronwald, you'll see a lot in these record books for his ability in... I literally just flip the page and 100 backstroke for 14-year-old boys, Nicholas Gronwald, Victorian all-comers and Victorian age. Nicholas Gromwald, 15-year-olds, Victorian all-comers and Victorian age. He had a lot of records in him that still stand all the way back from 2012 and 2011. Now, I'm also looking at one of the records coming up later. I wonder if this record's going to stand for quite a while. Victorian all-comers, David Popovici, 1 minute 40 for a 200 freestyle.
Yeah, I have seen a couple of his records in the book across the weekend as Lachlan Bull finishes off that 200 metres breaststroke. Now 232.75.
Screen there, or off the scoreboard in front of us. It's on your screen here at home on the live stream. So we've got to divert our attention to that now. Oh, and the board is just having a quick meltdown. 132s. 144, 148, so see how these boys line up. We've got 46 in there. Okay, so look around that 146, 148 and how close this next peak can get to it. Now, could you please tell us and the viewers at home, what is the difference between a Victorian age record and a Victorian all-comers record?
Okay, the simplest way of putting this, a Victorian all-comers record is the fastest time swum in this pool. So here in Melbourne.
Yes. Not specifically the Horton pool. This could have been done in the McConnell pool, or it could have been done outside, which is where they held the World Short Course Championships. But yes, here at MSAC, what is the fastest time that's ever been swum?
Yep. And our Victorian age record can be swum anywhere across the country internationally, but by a Victorian athlete.
So let's say nationals came up and they swum a time over there. There was a personal best and broke the record. That, although it's swum in Brisbane, it's swum by a Victorian athlete.
Yes, so that's the Victorian age record. The all-comers can be swum by anyone from anywhere, but in this pool at that age.
Yeah, so it's always good to see a couple of these times where you can line up. It's the same time, the same person, and same date. Means that it was most likely swum here at a Victorian age championships.
Correct.
So we're 100 metres in right now, and we're seeing Alistair Ho leading the field around. Do you remember what time we saw from Lachlan Bull in the previous heat?
232.75.
You'd assume that he was around a 110 at the 100 metre mark. Somewhat around, maybe a little bit slower actually, now that I think about it. Could have been closer to a 12 or a 14. But somewhere in that range, we're seeing here the majority of the times here, we've got 3 kids under the 120 barrier, but no one faster than a 118. But although there was only 1 second that separated these guys at the halfway mark, Alistair Ho has just said, I'll keep going the same time again. He's gone another 41, and the people around him have dropped from 41s down to 43s. And this is almost Zach Stubberty Cook's way of racing. When we say and we look at his swimming and it goes, okay, he's just put 2 seconds on the rest of the field, he doesn't actually get any faster. Everyone else just fatigues, because breaststroke can be one of the most fatiguing strokes.
Yeah, it certainly can. We tend to see this event being the one with the greatest drop-off from athletes that maybe take it out a little bit too fast. You do get that burning feeling in your legs that starts to feel heavy, and then we often see athletes stroke shorten, which is one of the reasons coaches will count their strokes per lap. We saw Lachlan Bull, he maintained that nice low stroke count, whereas a few of the other guys, as they fatigue, that shortens, that stroke count gets up a lot higher. But Alistair Ho taking out this second heat quite comfortably there, 241.72 ahead of Raymond Grave, 245.21, and then third, it was very close between third and fourth there. Owen Frawley gets there, 247.78.
So we said we were looking between that 44 to 46 barrier in the previous heat, a couple of 47s there, so a little bit off the pace, but these guys, they'll know where they need to be in order to make tonight's final. Now, we're talking about consistency there, and we saw how much Alistair Ho pulled out that lead after the 100-metre mark. And his last 250s were a 41.47 and a 41.46. Talk about consistency. He didn't even need to get any faster. He just needed to maintain his speed, and that pulls out the lead.
Yeah, anytime we're looking at these 200-metre form stroke events, so your butterfly, your backstroke, and your breaststroke, consistency is the absolute key. Your first 50 it's highly likely it'll be a little bit faster because you get your dive start or your backstroke ledge start. But then your next 350s, those coaches, those splits, as close as possible as you can make them, that is going to be the best swim that you can pretty much produce. And the way we do that mentally is you have to put in a little bit extra effort on each one, because obviously we're trying to counter that fatigue. So that's why we talk about building. It's almost building your intensity, building your effort level in order for that time to maintain the same.
One of the simplest race plans I had for a 200, and sometimes we even used it in the 400 freestyle, is 80% effort for the first quarter, 90% effort second quarter, 95% effort, and then 100% effort. And you can break it down into quarters and say, this is where I want to put my effort, this is how I want to swim that race, so that it's as consistent as possible. In a perfect world, you want to see that drop-off be a second and a half in most events. So let's say between freestyle and butterfly, you want it to be about a second and a half between your first and second 50. In breaststroke, that's allowed to push out more to 2 seconds, because there's such a big difference between the dive and the push. And in backstroke, you actually want that to be closer. You want it to only be about a second, because there's not as much difference between a dive and a push, and most of the time difference just comes from how fresh you are and the effort you're putting in.
It certainly does, as the boys turn with 50 metres left to swim, and it's basically a race of our two boys in the middle here. 1:59.5 for Peter Kim, 2:00.01 on that turn for Jacob Lamb. They've got a little bit of a distance ahead of Patrick Whitwood over in lane 3, but Evan Toe from St Kevin's, he's really trying to put in a lot of effort here, continue that drive forward and close the gap.
Exactly. Now we see a half-second difference between Peter Kim and Jacob Lamb, but there was a 1 second difference between their 50 splits. Once again, it looks like Peter Kim is just holding his stroke better than Jacob Lamb is, but I wonder if Jacob's just saving something for tonight. He knows that his PB is so far below the qualifying time that he's seen from the previous heats, that he's just going to walk into tonight's final with a 2:43 second in the heat and just accept that he's going to be there any lane, any chance.
Yeah, I mean, you compare that to Peter Kim, who's just dropped off 6 seconds from his entry time. So
Actually,
maybe slight differences in strategy here. He might have wanted to put together a really solid swim this morning and see where he may be able to improve for tonight.
Exactly. And these kids, they just want to race sometimes. I haven't seen Peter Kim's name a whole lot, but then again, I wasn't here yesterday. Was he firing yesterday, or was he a little bit quieter?
As we wait for the start. certainly not one of those names that's been recurring over and over, but it's looking like he might be one of those bit of a breaststroke specialists. Sometimes we have athletes who are just so good at one particular stroke, and they might set that as their focus. Compared to a lot of these juniors, you spoke yesterday, I think it was you, Elliot, about how everyone under the age of 14 should be an IM swimmer and training across the board for a lot of different strokes. I find that breaststrokers, you tend to be able to spot them pretty early on. And if you have those athletes that are just natural breaststrokers as well, they kind of stand out a bit more.
It's amazing because one of my old coaches, Wayne Laws, coached on the Australian team for a little bit, took a couple of athletes, and by a couple I mean tens of athletes, to Olympic Games. But he said that breaststroke was one of the most taxing strokes physically, but equally in saying that, it's one of the slowest strokes. So you do one of the slowest strokes, which is the most taxing, for the longest period of time. I don't believe him. I still think that butterfly was harder, but hey, that's just me. And you see that it's very unique in the way that it's swum. As we look here at the event 132, the men's 200-metre breaststroke for the 12-year-old age group. So once again, we're seeing a couple of these kids that we've seen throughout the meet. Daniel Mancini has had an outstanding competition, and it's just backed up and backed up and backed up. And speaking of backing up, Gianluca De Mores in lane number 5 there. We saw him in the 400 IM earlier get a medal for himself. So he's already ticked off, bang, got one medal to take home, bit of silverware. Mum can hang it on the fridge. Now let's see if he can back up and just keep on adding to that collection, because I'm sure he will have had quite a lot more earlier in this program.
Yeah, he certainly has had a stacked program and been in multiple finals. He'll be going home with quite the collection of medals as he turns with 50 metres left to swim. It is still Daniel out in front of Gianluca. Those boys with a fair buffer ahead of Samuel Billette over in lane 1 and Thomas Johnson in lane 3. But it's quite a tough turnaround, this event, for those 12-year-olds. It was a 400 IM into a 200-metre breaststroke with not a lot of gap in between. We started racing around 8:30, so it's about an hour between those events. And by the time you've swam, and as we spoke about before, there's quite a sequence of events that occur after you complete a race. It's not just, oh, yep, I'm done. In particular, for these guys, you go and you have that debrief with your coach, and then you do your swim down. We want to make sure that they're fueling themselves, keeping hydrated. The list goes on, and then they've had to turn around and come and swim 8 laps of breaststroke. But hasn't slowed Daniel down at all. 2:45.96. Gianluca finishes in a 2:48.15.
There was always a point of pride in being these older age groups, and when you see a 12-year-old swim like that and get under a time that would have made a 13-year-old final, you think to yourself, as a 13-year-old, I need to be doing more. Or at least that's how I looked at it sometimes. How you going there? You having a bit of troubles?
It's day 3. We're doing all right.
Listen, we just don't want to destroy any of our electrical equipment for our fantastic staff here over to our left, who have provided so much for us, and the ability for you to live stream the event here, from home. And whether that home is here in Victoria, whether it's anywhere else in Australia, I know that I had an uncle from Scotland who used to love to watch my races and get up early in the wee hours of the morning. Big shout out to Keith.
As always, a massive thank you from the team, or for the team, I should say, at Big Voice Media. They look after us so well. They do an incredible job of producing our live stream. So we move on to Heat 2 now. 200-metre breaststroke, 12-year-old boys. Zoyuan 2 over in lane 3 from Surrey Park. He picked up a medal, I believe it was from lane 9 last night. Elliot, you would have loved it. We do enjoy those outside smokers. And he's sitting up in second as we turn at the 50-metre mark behind Gabriel Yeo in this 200.
I just want to clarify for anyone who might not understand, outside smokers meaning that they're going so fast that they are literally smoking, not because they, enjoy cigarettes.
And in particular, I mean, what a great point to bring up when Swimming Victoria has just recently partnered with Vic Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign. You may have seen all of our banners located around the facility. it is obviously our 25-26 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. And with more and more young people vaping every year, UNCLOUD is creating space for young people to hear from their peers and learn about and share their experiences, thoughts and feelings around vaping. So outside smokers, a little bit different in the pool to out.
Exactly. Now we see coming up to the 100-metre mark, Gabriel Yeo, the only one that's able to get under that 1:20 barrier. So he's definitely asserted himself from the rest of the field. The only one setting a 42 in that second 50. Let's see how well he can maintain it and keep that lead extension going. It looks like lane 3 there. My word, I don't know how to say that name. I'm really going to struggle with it. I'm going to try my best, and if I butcher it, I'm really sorry. Zhu Yuan Chu?
We'll have to go and ask him later.
Yeah, I've just two. That's what I'm going to stick with because I feel like that's correct. If it's wrong, I'm going to look like a real Gumby. But and we've got Gary. Oh gosh, and it will not be the last time either. Gary Wang in at lane 5 here. Now the top 3 we saw 2 kids break that one. Oh, sorry, 2:47.
Yeah. So 2:48 was the second time from previously. 2:45 the first one.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they were the only 2 that went sub 2:50. So at the moment, that's kind of where we're looking to see. Hopefully, we can get a few more there. We've got 2 again, Gabriel and Zhou Yuan.
3 kids with green times in their last 50 means that they've got more to give, and hopefully we'll see that little bit more tonight as we see 3 of them get in and around that 2:50 barrier. So Gary Wang there, the 3rd fastest with a 2:51.57. Now, you know what I said earlier about the 10th place in each event being Heat 1, Lane 6. You want to look to that time, and that time in 10th place is a 3:01 for the 12-year-olds. For the 12-year-olds, you can throw that out the window because so many of them do such big PBs. It's all based off vibe.
I think everything on day 3 should just be based off vibes. So we're moving on now to our 3rd of 4 heats of these 12-year-old boys, 200-metre breaststroke. And again, we're seeing these kids just backing it up over and over.
Does Elijah Lamont ever stop?
No.
He's done the 1500 where I'm pretty certain he won a medal. He did the 400 individual medley not even an hour ago, it feels like. You know, he's been absolutely flying this competition. I'm a big fan of the work that he's putting in. And once again, we talk about foundation swimming. This is the basis that he can build the rest of his swimming career off for however long he wants to do it. Whether that's only 5 years, whether he wants to take this into his mid-20s, maybe even early 30s, by the time that swimming gets to that point and we start seeing these kids really work into their own by the time 2032 comes around, the Brisbane Games, a lot of funding is going to be coming in because for a home Olympics, my word, think of how impressed and how much the country got around the year 2000. I was only 1 year old and I wasn't even in the country at that time. However, I just know that Australians take such pride in that event that it's really set up where we want to be as a nation, and especially building, we're getting better each Olympics, even since about 2012.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have been really fortunate over the last couple of months to have the opportunity to work with Elijah once a week through coaching at Yarra Plenty Waves. And one of the things we've spoken about with this particular athlete is he's 12 years old, but he's just fearless. And I think that's something a lot of these kids, they don't quite have that full trust in their training. They don't trust their abilities yet. They haven't really got that gutsiness to really put it out there. And I mean, what happens if you do get tired? Well, bad luck, He doesn't have that barrier. He'll just go out after it and fully trust himself. And yeah, I think that's really something that's beneficial in our youngsters.
confidence at such a young age is very important. Now we see that there's a good battle here between James and Elijah in 5 and 4. Both of these athletes are going to be going through to the final and will get a chance tonight. At this point, it's personal pride about who wants to get their hand on the wall first. And both of them take about a second or two off what they did in the previous 50 in order to come in and touch under that 250 barrier. Look at them high five after each after
yeah, I
the
like
race.
that.
I really like that. I like when athletes, they're fiercest of competitors when they're in the water, but as soon as the race is done and you touch the wall and the red mist goes from your eyes, you can actually say congratulations, good swim. Let's see who gets on the wall first tonight. We will now be moving on to the next event, or next heat, sorry, of the same event.
Fourth and final one. Just the 3 athletes entered into this field. Our fourth heat, we have Alaric, Keith, Leo and Jaden. Those entry times there around the 3:13, 3:14 mark. Hopefully we have a nice little race on our hands, but we did see earlier someone from an unseeded heat or one of the non-circle seeded heats make their way potentially into about that top 10 spot. I haven't actually checked it.
Yeah, let's do a bit of research to see whether he made the final. Do you remember who that was?
The time was 57:22.
Edward Pollard. Did he make the final? Doing a bit of research. Investigative journalism. Investigative.
Don't hurt yourself.
I'm thinking too hard.
All right. If we look in the pool, though, Jaden Zhu over in lane 5. He's got a pretty comfortable lead ahead of Alaric Keith over in lane 3. The 2 teammates from Westbourne. Definitely some bragging rights on the line here in this 200 metres breaststroke. They're out fairly fast in a 39.21.
Just missed it. Edward Pollard in 11th. Missed out on the final by 3/100ths of a second. You know, it just goes to show sometimes a casual 3-second PB could get you close to a final.
And I'm sure these boys will be looking for probably around a 3-second PB to break that 3:10 mark. I always love those little goals that we set for ourselves and for the athletes. We like a nice rounded figure to end up under. Anytime you see a .99, it's always a little bit better than 0.1.
Well, we saw that in Felix Dressel-De Bruin in his 50 free, 21.99. Got bragging rights. He's the first person in Victorian swimming to go under 22 seconds for that age group.
Doesn't matter how you do it, just get it done. So Jaden will turn, 50 metres left to swim. Holding around that 49-second mark here. So it's looking like he's going to well and truly break his personal best as he turns there in a 2:14.39. Alaric Keith, 2:21.60. He might be looking for a minor PB. And Leo Liang, he's kind of built through this 200 metres breaststroke. He was a little bit further behind at the halfway mark, but he's certainly making up a little bit of ground here as those 2 boys turn with 25 metres left to swim. Jaden only has 10 metres left to go of this 200. This is the part where you are just, that wall is not getting close soon enough, I feel.
Yeah, so these athletes just looking to have a good quality hit out this morning. They're going to be outside these times to make the finals, but so long as they just have a good quality crack, a fair dinkum Australian crack, as I like to say, then I think that's all that their coaches can ask from them. And guess what? 100% PBs. 3 from 3. Looks like the athletes in the next heat have decided that there's other things that they can be doing. So we come down to the 17, 18-year-old 200 freestyle. Now, Campbell Wilson Moran, we know, has had a massive couple of weeks or months based off the fact that he went to the World Junior Championships. So he is not swimming here today. Probably has earned a good quality break from this meet. Now, we saw him swim earlier in the competition. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't here yesterday to see how he did or whether he swam, but he was really good in his 50s and 100s in backstroke and freestyle on day one. So I think that has meant that he's taken some time off and said, I don't need to necessarily be at this competition. Probably has bigger fish to fry at National Opens coming up in a couple of weeks. However, we do have a good race going on here between Owen Kruger and Adam El Hefny. Adam, we know, is a 200 butterflyer, so for him, it's a piece of cake.
I think certainly 200 freestyle, potentially a little bit easier than a 200 fly. I'm not sure how much easier on day 3 if you've completed the 200 fly previously.
Now, I will say this. I will disagree with you. I think 200 free is so... Maybe it's because my 200 fly only had one pace, whether it was a 50 fly, 200 fly, first 100 of a 400 IM, I had one pace in butterfly. So if I just stuck at that pace, it wasn't too bad. However, I feel like Adam, who actually specialised in the event, probably puts in a little bit more effort than I ever did. It looks like these guys are going to go just over that 150 barrier for this 200 freestyle. Now, looking at lane 6 of heat 1 here as the 10th place qualifier. It's a 157. Now, we've seen 154 and a 155, but once again, we only have 4 athletes in the first heat here, so it's not like there's a big sample size to go off of. However, Adam takes out heat 1, lane 1, and I would assume that he'll get into the final at that time.
Yeah, I think particularly now that's the pace that's been set from this first heat. We don't have full heats coming up either, so you know the time that you need to beat. That's it. There it is. It's on the board. It's right in front of you. I think a few of these boys might go a little bit more comfortably knowing that that first heat, that's the time.
Exactly. So I'm looking at Sam Welsh here from Camberwell and just wondering if he is going to keep swimming his own race or whether he's actually going to back off a bit and just say, my PB is a 149. The fastest heat in theory in the heat before only went a 154, and granted, obviously 4 and 5 weren't there. But I think he's just said, screw that. I'm doing my thing. I know what my plan is, and he's just blitzing the field at the moment and just swimming with a big 6-beat kick. I wonder if there's going to be similar to the Han Tang Wang where he'll back off after 100 metres, because going out in a 52, it's not nothing.
You know, he's certainly setting the pace early on. We could be looking at a few different things. Sometimes athletes, they try and go out in their front end speed time that they might want to set later on this evening, or even through to the 150 and then switch off. Or maybe he just wants a real crack at racing fast heats followed by fast finals. If you are looking to compete at a national championships, you can't do those easier swims in the heats. You have to be able to produce quality swimming in the morning. So this is a great opportunity to do that and be able to replicate it later on.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be going to nationals and having to do something different than what you actually practice on a day-to-day basis. So by doing this, when it comes to nationals, it won't actually be such a big thing of, oh wow, I've put in too much effort in the morning and now I'm buggered for tonight because I don't know how to back up. If he knows how to back up here, then he knows how to back up at nationals. I also wonder sometimes athletes will do a good swim in the morning and then not swim the final. You know, their coach wants them to have the afternoon off so they can get back to training on a Monday morning. We'll see how that lines up there. But 156 and 157 for the two boys on either side of him. Dimitri we've seen in the 200 fly and 100 fly earlier today. And it looks like, I'm going to say anything under 155 is going to walk into tonight.
Third heat now of 3 men's 17-18 200-metre freestyle in the water. Away they go. Callum Rosetto out in lane 5. He'll take us through at the 25-metre mark, just ahead of George Payne.
So we are just trying to get some good quality middle swimmers here. I wonder why there is such a difference between the 17, 18-year-old attendance and some of the 15, 16-year-olds. Well, to be fair, for the 15, 16-year-olds, they might not have such a focus on the Open Championships because the numbers here in this event are down a little bit. But then again, as we've spoken about just before, we're talking about the fact that for some of these 17, 18-year-olds and some of the ones that we're not even seeing here at in this race because they might be doing other races or because they as a whole want to actually have the day off today so that they can get back to training on Monday, they can get back in the water, and then how many weeks away is Nationals, do you know?
It's the first weekend in October.
Yeah, so we're looking around about 2 to 3 weeks' time. So that means that these guys have not got long to refine their skills. And as good as race practice is, sometimes it's better to just have a day off, relax. There's no point doing a whole lot of training and swimming for endless hours and doing everything if you can't have a day off. The whole point is to recover, to let your body adapt.
I think we also have to look at the time of year it is with these 17, 18-year-old age groups. A lot of them completing their VCE in year 12. So they do have exams coming up and things like that. It's starting to get towards the pointy end. Maybe a few of their other activities outside of the pool. The fitness might not be the same. So by the time you're getting to day 3, they are being that little bit more selective. There's a multitude of things that could be coming into play here.
Great swim there from George playing 151.99. That will put him in very good contention for tonight to win a good quality medal. What colour that is, we do not know yet. But he's within 2 seconds of his PB, which is a very solid heat swim. Whether that was everything he had or not, hopefully he's got more to give tonight. But it looks like around that 157 barrier is really going to produce, our 10th position, and it's going to be very close because I've seen at least 5 157s.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's quite a lot of those athletes sitting around the 157, so those 100ths of a second are really going to count when we come back and look at that top 10.
I can't remember exactly what event for, but I do remember Lewis G really impressed me with the technique on one of his strokes. I'll figure out what one that is. He's got a very good butterfly. Very good butterfly. Looked like he struggled a bit off the start, especially next to Alfie Greaves there in lane number 5.
Didn't struggle, though, off that backstroke underwater. Reclaiming a nice lead here as they come into the 50-metre turn. Lewis G goes around 26.30. Lemuel Janasa in second. And Will Luo moved his way up into third.
Yeah, struggling a bit on the breaststroke here is Lewis G. Alfie Greaves has got him covered here and is moving up alongside him and overtaking him a little bit. Let's see how they go into this freestyle here. Last 25, they're both going to get into the final based off how it's going at the moment. However, lane 8, Andre out here might have something to say about it. 4th of the turn, a clear 3rd at the moment. And these 3 guys might even be training partners.
Almost 3 under the minute mark. 2:59s there. Alfie 59.0. Lewis 59.6. And then Andre 1:00.50. And as we look at that 4th place spot, 1:01.13. Keep an eye on these times. I think this one's going to be a tight final again.
5 Ngana swimmers all next to each other. Feel sorry for the coaches. So this is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on because the 100 medley don't get to do it long course. So a lot of these guys go, hey, let's enter it because I don't get to do it any other time. Anyone can do a 200 fly. Anyone can do a 200 free at any time of the year. This is the only major competition outside of nationals and state opens that does the 100 IM. So these guys are just going to want to have a crack because why the hell not?
Yeah, I think it's anyone can do those races, but everyone can do this one.
Yes, exactly, because everyone can do a bit of breaststroke. Even if you're not a breaststroker, everyone could do a 25 of breaststroke. But very interesting there, Milo did no split stroke on the breaststroke there. I wonder if he just got his touch wrong or whether he's already running out of oxygen. But he's rating it very highly, and it seems to have worked for him so far because he's pulled out a 3/4 of a body length lead.
Yeah, it was a great breaststroke leg from him. Also swimming fast down in lane 7, Sammy Mills. He's come up alongside Max Malone. They're going to be tight onto that finish, but it will be Milo Dressel-De Bruin who gets the win. 59.86, and then we've got 2 more athletes, 1:01.05 Max Malone and 1:01.07 Samuel Mills. And another 101 in Miller Stott, 101.25.
Yeah, so a quarter of a second separating second through fourth there. We'll see how close that is and what that comes down to in the final. So this is our second last heat here, our last timed seeded heat. That's what I was looking for. That was the word, seeded heat. We move on now to the third heat. And we'll see how close these guys can get to that minute barrier. Now, it's not a minute. A minute will get you into the final, definitely. It's whether these guys can be closer to that 101, because if you're a 101, you need to be 101.0 something. Something. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to cut.
Luca Brown leads us through at the 50-metre turn ahead of Kynan Power and Terence Tang in third. Let's see what the breaststroke boys can put together here. I know Darcy Stewart's got a nice breaststroke on him as they come into that final 25. It's still Luca out in the lead.
Yeah, and a very close race here between 5, 6 and 7 is not too far off. Just on the hip of lane 6 there. Darcy Stewart having an incredible freestyle here. It's obviously one of his strongest strokes. We see a 59 and a 100.99. Now, we saw the fourth athlete in the heat before go 101.25, and it's a 101.20 here. So I do wonder how close that's going to be. We've got one more heat to go here. All the entry times in this race are between 105.0 and 105.3. Now we talk about momentum, we talk about flow, we talk about all these beautiful things about if you can make your swimming look sexy, then it's sometimes going to be fast, and you really just want it to look effortless. The 100 IM is 25 meters. There's no time to settle into your stroke, and because the coaches don't really coach for the 100 IM, there isn't like a race plan, and there's not even enough time for a race plan. They don't think 100 meters of swimming. They think of 25s. Oh, that's only a 25. That's nothing. And then you got to back it up with another 25 and stuff it. Why not just have your stroke rate over 60 the whole time? Because you can. We see the leader here, Spencer Davies, 104.29. Great PB from the young man, getting under that 105 barrier. And the other three athletes in and around their PB. It's definitely going to be a 101 that makes tonight's final, whether it's a 101.2 or a 101.0. Campbell Nicholson. Campbell Nicholson, a 15-year-old from Warragul, 103.13. So we'll see how many of these athletes can get under that 103 barrier. I have a stiff feeling there's going to be quite a few athletes PBing at this race, because it's not like they get to swim it all the time. So you kind of save your best for state championships, but you also wonder how fatigued they are. It's a bit of a warmer day today outside, which means it gets quite warm in here on pool deck. And we are about an hour and a half into the second last session of the competition. So we wonder if any fatigue's going to kick in. Definitely not kicking in for Leo Dong, one of our record breakers from earlier in the week.
Yeah, I'm actually very keen to see what Leo can do in this event later on tonight. He's absolutely just switched off and cruised home down that last 25. 100.90 for him. Kaisei Kojima in second, 101.32. And Byron Geng finishes in third out of that first heat, 102.09.
So 102.0 for third, 103.0 for fourth. Leo Dong's, I would say, in the perfect position. If you had to design an event for him, I think it would be the 100 IM, because we know he's good quality in the 200 IM, and he's a record breaker in the 100 meter events. So he's got the sprint of the 100 with the all-round ability of the 200 individual medley and just medley swims in general. I think that this could be a very high-quality swim tonight, and we'll see how close he can get to that 56.91 held by Nicholas Gromwald, who I mentioned earlier as one of our premier swimmers in Victorian history. That record has stood since 2012, and he is 0.2 of a second off it for his PB.
Yeah, now speaking of close, this heat has really tightened up through the breaststroke here. Harold Zhu was sitting in second after the backstroke, moved his way up into the lead, but Xavier Eagle, the biggest mover in the field, sixth through to second, and Jacob Richards coming home well in the freestyle.
Yeah, these guys, you see Liam Paulson in this race as well, might be a bit fatigued from the other races that he's had on. We have 4 guys get under that 103 barrier that we spoke about before. So 103.0 is not going to cut it anymore. It's now definitely going to have to be a 102. 2 100s and a 101. That's stock standard. I assume that they'll be in unless we see a miracle from this last heat.
And once again, though, a few of those big names coming back here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some swift swims.
So we've got Harrison Main, who has been very consistent in turning up for his events. And he will be leading us through at the 50-metre mark. A great swim in the backstroke here from lane number 2, Oliver Kaleo. And Ulrich Wong in 3rd position at the moment, but good backstrokers sometimes struggle to back up in good breaststroke, and we're seeing the breaststrokers roll through right now. A good snap of the feet together from Ulrich Wong there in lane number 5. Bit of a half touch on the wall, and it's going to be very close for 4th position here. See who's got the most amount of energy left between Oliver and Anjay Lam out there in lane number 6. It's going to be going down to the touch, and 1 minute there for Harrison Main. Ulrich Wong with a 100, and 4th position there was a 102.1. So I think that might be the fastest of the fourth swimmers.
I think you would be correct in saying that. What I am going to love tonight is I think there was about 6 of those athletes on 100. So we are going to have a pretty hotly contested field in the 100 IM for men's 15-year-old as we hit that 4th and final heat of the boys into the water now. Their times on entry on paper, 106s all around. So hopefully another close race for the morning.
Around about a quarter of a second between 1st to 4th here. Now you'd hope that it's going to be nice and even, but as we saw in the heat before, some people do 1 second PBs, some people are just outside their PBs. So we're having a great swim here from Daniel Vince. There's a Z in there and it's really throwing me. I'd be so confident with Vince. Is the Z silent or the Z silent?
It's the neither. Letter is Z. Definitely. Z.
I'll argue with you about this.
That's okay. I'm sure that's what everyone tunes in to hear as the boys come home in the final 25 of the 100-metre individual medley for 15-year-olds. Daniel Vinci out in front in lane 4. He's going to take this one away. 103.86, a nice personal best from him. James Clare in second, 104.33, and Cormac Flynn in third, 105.28. And it was
PBs.
100% PBs. I looked at the same thing.
Great back in there from James Clare. Now we are moving on to more backstroke events. I'll let you have a wild guess who owns this record. I don't shut up about him.
Well, I was going to say you, but...
No, God, no.
Speaking of people you don't stop talking about.
Yes.
No, it is Nicholas Gronwald, set in 2011, and it's a 55.91 for the Victorian age record. So that's the fastest time he swam that year. And then the fastest time he swam in this pool was 55.99. So he was pretty consistent across that season by the looks.
He was consistent across most of his career, especially between the ages of 12 to 15. I believe at 16 years old, he was Victorian and Australian record holder, and I believe, quote me on it, but if my 13-year-old memory has anything to go by, and I know this was definitely a fact, he was swimming faster than Ryan Lochte was for the 200 backstroke, and Ryan Lochte was an Olympic champion. He was swimming faster than Ryan Lochte at the same age. So we had a lot of raps on him. Unfortunately, he decided at 18 years old that his life outside of swimming was going to take over. He was training to become a vet. I don't know if you know much about vets, but they're nerdy. He was a smart kid as well. He probably had something around, well over 95 on his ATAR. And he decided he wanted to become a vet. And then I think somewhat during that fell through, and he's now a firefighter. Maybe let's get back to the racing. Enough of me reminiscing about old times. This is the 14-year-old's 100-metre backstroke. Sorry, people, I just ramble on sometimes. Aiden Ramos, we've seen his name so often, especially in the butterfly events.
Yeah, I really like how aggressively he goes into his turns and works on his underwaters. He's quite a showman when it comes to those skills. He's looking really good in this 100-metre backstroke, very high on that stroke rate as he turns for the final 25. Alfred Hahn in lane 5, sitting around his hip, and then in third, it will be Angus Goodison over in lane 6.
We've got a nice little bit of rotation here from Alfred Hahn. I really like the way he gets his shoulders out of the water, sits very high, means that he swims like a boat pretty much, and he can get his body up high in the water and really push those waves out to the side. But it is Aiden Ramos getting well under that minute there, 59.4, and about 3/4 of a second outside of his personal best.
So some more pretty fast heat swims this morning. We do know that fatigue will be coming into play a little bit, and it is always just that slight bit easier to kind of lift with the finals atmosphere. You know, here we have the camera, and a lot of the athletes have really been enjoying posing behind it or setting up their little dance routines.
I'll tell you what, if any of these athletes can just do something unique and creative, we'll definitely be calling it out. Because some things that I've loved when the athletes do a little handshake or a rock, paper, scissors before their race, or maybe get their friends involved, but just keep it unique. You know, show a bit of your personality. Be a bit of you behind the blocks, but also keep in mind you're here to race. You're not here to dance on camera. So if you get the opportunity, maybe do something fun, keep it entertaining. Otherwise, just get ready for your race, and that is first priority. Second priority is looking good for a camera.
And we are looking good and ready to go for Heat 2. We've just fixed up that backstroke ledge, and the boys' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke behind the blocks now.
Now, Ishak Ismail, once again, not here. He didn't swim earlier today. I wonder if he's just decided, I'm taking today off, I don't need this in my life. But he pulled out of that 100 freestyle earlier, so...
Well, I don't think we could say it's because he's not in form, because he's certainly been swimming very well across the last 2 days of racing.
I wonder if he's in any other events later on in the program.
We do have our distance events coming up later this morning. Now, mixed 12 to 14 years, 800-metre freestyle.
Can't see his name in there. I think he's just deciding to take the day off.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, must be nice.
The boys turn at the 50-metre mark. Broderick Coyne in lane 3 leads us through 30.34, and Christopher Lee in second, 30.43. They're almost stroke for stroke out in front, ahead of Xavier Gray, who turned in third, and there hasn't been a lot of a shift or change throughout that third 25 to those placings.
Yeah, now this is what you want to see, is a nice smooth stroke here. I talk about backstroke. I personally think backstroke is the prettiest stroke when swum correctly. getting those nice high shoulders, and basically you can't even see what their hands are doing underwater. We've got two 103s there for Broderick Coyne and Christopher Lee. Now, I wonder, I didn't quite see what third place was in the heat before.
It was quite a bit faster out of heat 1, so a 102.5 finished in third, and then it was a 104 that was actually fourth.
Yeah, interesting. So these guys here, I wonder if Ishak not being there, they have the feeling, oh, I can back off a little bit. You know, I don't have to go as hard because someone's not there. But you've got to keep in mind there are other heats, other people that want to take that position. Would you say under 104 is going to make tonight's final?
It's definitely looking that way, although there's a couple of pretty quick swimmers out of this third heat. Campbell Mills in lane 4, the winner of the 200-metre backstroke last night from out in lane, I think it was 7 or 8, and it's really been fantastic to see his improvement over the last 2 years. I remember him trying to qualify for his first ever state age, and now he's coming away with gold medals. That's the kind of progression we want to see from our junior athletes.
Yeah, earlier in the 100 freestyle, I was very impressed with Austin McNaught, and he's out there in lane number 2. Now, he knows he's coming back for the 100 freestyle final tonight, so we'll see how he tracks here in this 100 backstroke. I'm sure he'll want to get 2 finals or as many finals in as possible. He had a great swim out of lane 7. Let's see if he can replicate it out of lane 2.
So as they turn down that final 25, Campbell about a body length ahead of the 2 boys in 5 and 6, Daniel Collins and Michael Fan. They are side by side. Michael a little bit better on the underwater. He's starting to charge down, and we're going to keep an eye on the times here. Aiden Tang, he's pushing his way up alongside Daniel as well, but 1:00.11 will be the time from Campbell, with Michael 1:03.58, and I think we're going to be pretty set in that 1:04 being time for 10th. In third, Aiden Tang, 1:04.10.
Daniel Collins looked a little bit closer than that. I'm not entirely sure if I'm seeing things, but I wonder if his back hit the wall and that's what is registered as his time. I might need to check that, or maybe I'm seeing things. I thought he was a bit closer to Aiden Tang than 1.8 seconds.
We'll wait and see. We do have all of our cameras, our Hawkeye systems in place, so all of those times will be made official. Our technical officials do such an incredible job. We couldn't hold these championship events without them, and in particular in our heat session we have 2 pools running at the same time, so we need so many of our TOs to be present in order for us to have these official events.
Yes, just going back and checking, you can see that they actually touch at the same time with lane 3 and lane 5, yet they were separated by 1.8 seconds. So hopefully that's not going to cost him a position from tonight's final. I hope that the officials picked up on that. And hopefully his coaches, even if the officials did, his coaches could say, hey, my athlete was actually much closer and should be swimming tonight.
Heat 4 in the water now, and it was Mason Firth in lane 4 that led us around at the 50-metre turn in a 31.63. Titus Ziyao Wu out in lane 8. He turned in second, and alongside him was Alexander Jin in 9. They look like they might still be sitting up in those top 3 places, but on the far side of the pool, Blake and Kai starting to push their way up as well in this 100-metre backstroke.
Yeah, so these guys are looking to break into that top 10 from well outside these seeded heats. Now, we're just outside. I'd say we're about 2 seconds outside what we think we'll need to make this final. We've only got 1 more heat coming up after this. But it's good to see someone from lane 8 taking it out. That's what I'm happy about.
Keep mixing it up. It's good. So the 5th and final heat of boys 14-year-olds 100-metre backstroke in the water, and away they go. Once again, we could see some that number 1 on the board from any of these lanes, really. quite a lot of these athletes entered very similar in time, ranging about half a second between our fastest seed in lane 4 and our slowest in this 5th heat.
But as we've seen many times before, some of these athletes are just going to do an incredible PB. Some may, just be a little bit off the pace, but we hope for 100% success rate in the PB game, because we've seen that a couple of times already so far today.
Yeah, I think we should get a jelly bean every time we get a 100% PB rate from a heat.
A jelly bean?
Yeah, I feel like a jelly bean.
You know what? I enjoy jelly beans. Especially those ones you can get from the chemist. Anyway, sorry, this is me rambling on again. Back to the action. We see a very tight race here between Tom in lane 5 and Samuel in lane 4. Tom's going to take this heat out. Nice finish on the wall here. 1:08.86. All right, just a casual 3-second PB. Is it going to be a 100% success rate? Just outside, unfortunately. We had 4 out of our 5 athletes in this heat get under their PBs, and 2 of them doing massive PBs and getting under that 110 barrier when all of them were entered around that 112 kind of area. Well done to Tom there. So we've just been held up there. What you need to make sure is when they say take your marks on the blocks, you then have to get into your starting position and hold as strong as you can. Unfortunately, one of the athletes in the heat just slipped a little bit, and so because the officials saw that there was a bit of movement on the blocks there, they had to pause the race, and we'll retry again now. So nice clean start determined there by the starting officials. Greg Langford, one of them, used to swim with his daughter back when I was a young'un. He's been in the officiating game for about 20 years now, I'd say. Did you say 20 years? How long have you been doing this for? 20 years. 20 years. Just got confirmation from the man that he's been doing it for 20 years. And he's one of our senior officials and a life member at Nuttawatting Swimming Club. We're seeing Archie Smith here in lane 4. He is absolutely dominating the field here. Chris Zhu there in lane 5, both with strong swims. And we look to heat 1 lane 6, as I say. Byron Morgan with an entry time of 1:08.60. I get the feeling it's going to be faster than that. We might even be looking around down near those 1:07s in order to make this final. Williams staggered there. Good quality swim, not too far ahead of Byron. We have a 59.64. All right, sure, we have a 59.6. That's the wrong page. Sorry, just getting confirmation from my friend Carlia here.
I'm just getting ahead of myself. I was excited, but I'll leave Elliot for 2 minutes, and he's off doing investigative journalism
hard,
again.
1:07s there for lane 6 and lane 3. Or 1:06 for lane 3, 1:07 for lane 6. And 4th place there around that 1:07 mark, which I was saying before, under that 1:08. Now you'd expect this being the fastest heat, that the lane 6 from here, or the 4th place finisher from here, should make the final. But obviously anyone can PB from any lane and do anything, especially seeing some of these times could be long course times. Yeah,
and particularly when these boys are just 13 years of age. You know, these younger age groups, that's where we tend to see the bigger drop-offs in time. It obviously gets a little bit more challenging as you age up to find those areas that we can improve. There's only so many times you can go to training week. There's only so many gym sessions you can do. But as a 13-year-old, you've got all that room for improvement. And on this big stage, that's where it's going to happen, or where you'd hope it would.
It's amazing for such a small difference that the backstroke ledge has made to international swimming, and it is mostly international swimming that sees the difference. It's amazing how delicate the apparatus can be, and also, believe it or not, they are very expensive as well, these things. I wouldn't rule out thousands of dollars for each one of them, and almost always there's at least one that breaks or one that goes wrong. They are a very delicate piece of equipment that we have here at MSAC.
Well, we just got a brand new set of them for this competition. They arrived 2 weeks ago. They were fresh out of the boxes on day one, which was Friday. And they're such a great thing, I think, really. We have added, obviously, the kicker onto the block for our dive starts, and it felt only fair that we had something for our backstrokers to help increase their performance as well.
Yeah, that didn't come until about 15, 20 years later. Kickers have been around a long, long time, as we see Harry here. Saw him earlier today with an impressive swim. He now comes down to a 102.33, just outside his PB, and we're looking at third place there, another 106 with, we've got a tie for third. We've got a dead heat. Lincoln Horton.
We've hardly seen these across the weekend. There's been so many races separated by 1/100.
Finals,
it's
medals.
happened.
We finally see a dead heat. Do we see a swim-off?
Oh, now I would love that. I do love a swim-off.
They're ranked somewhere around 6th to 5th at the moment.
Keep an eye out. I'm team swim-off.
I'm always team swim-off. Always.
I think we get some of our best performances from our athletes in swim-offs.
It's great because the coach then gets to yell at you for improving, saying, why didn't you do that the first time?
Every time. Classic coach comments.
I just looked at the pool and went, wow, what a start from this kid. And you look at the screen and realize, oh yes, it's Han-Tang Wang. How dare I think anything different? I'm sure him seeing Archie Smith earlier go that 59, he wants to now rebut with his own performance here. Out in a 29.2, he may have backed off a little bit in this 25. We saw him earlier in the competition before he broke the Australian record at night. He swam the first 50 or the first 100 the way he wanted to swim at night, and now it looks like he's definitely lowered his stroke rate. So I wonder if he wants to go out in that 29 tonight, or maybe even a bit faster based off what we know of Han-Tang.
I feel like tonight, this 58.08 Victorian age record might be a little bit under threat.
Definitely, and not just from Han-Tang. You know, Archie Smith, if you're doing 59 in the heats, who's to say you stop you from doing 58 in the finals? We see a 103, so he went out in a 29 and came back in a 34. If that's not switching it off, I don't know what is. So 103 there, second, third. I feel like the dead heat.
106.62. Yeah, they were 106.60, were they?
No, they were 106.20, I believe. So I think no
safely in.
No swim. We are swim offless.
Shame.
Often, though, sometimes swim-offs can come not just from the same heat. If someone in heat 1 has the same time as someone in heat 3, we won't know about it. You know, I know that I pass myself off as an absolute genius, but I can't remember every time swum by every athlete. So we'll see later on if there are any swim-offs in any of our events. We'll get a quick little heads up, and we'll get to watch two people battle it out for pride and glory.
And usually you can tell because it just starts getting extra noisy in here and teams start gathering around to watch as well.
Sometimes you can actually play mind games with the swim-off where coaches will talk to each other and go, okay, our athletes have to swim off. My old coach, Dean Bryant, said, okay, swim off in 20 minutes. I back my athlete to be able to back up. Is your athlete ready? And you can play mind games with the other coach, and sometimes they pull their athlete out because they're like, you're swimming for 10th. Is there really any point? And you can get into a final without even having to do anything.
Confidence, back yourself.
Sometimes it backfired because sometimes we were not ready within 20 minutes, and we really needed that hour. But that didn't stop him from being confident. As we see a bit of outside movement here in lane number 1 from Matthew Kim, the man with 2 first names. It's good his battle for second here, and Matthew's just starting to come back to the field. lane number 3 and lane number 6. Ken Kai and Nate Anderson, by the looks of it. It's very close here. We'll see how many of these guys can get close to, if not under their PBs. 111.34. Matthew just holding on for that lead, but definitely was under assault there from second position. And third goes to Nate Anderson. Just a lackadaisical 3-second PB out there for lane 1.
Casual.
Relaxed.
And that will bring us on to heat 5 of 6 of the boys' 13-year-old 100-meter backstroke. A couple more backstroke events to go this morning. Bit of a mixture across the pool for those underwaters. Daniel Su in lane 6 stayed under the longest amount of time, but away and racing the fastest was Archie Timms. He's been inspired by the win from lane 1 in the previous heat, and he's taking it out beautifully here from heat 5.
Lucky number 1. Lane 1 first on the wall. I love how smooth this swim here is from Sanduka. Not even going to try the last name. You can see how smooth his head is. His head position stays very still. Chin always up out of the water, looking back. You don't want to have your chin tucked down to your chest. You want to lengthen out that neck. You want to need to be as long as possible. Often these backstrokers on the international stage are probably the tallest athletes at the competition. So you need to make yourself long like a boat. That's the image you're going for. You want to be a boat, propel yourself through the water underneath, and reduce the resistance as much as possible on top. Lane 9 here, though, Evan Toe, they've just snuck in and taken it from everyone. Everyone's swimming 37s, 38s, 39s in the back end. Evan says, nah, I don't need that. I'm going to swim a 110 by swimming a 35 and a 35. 35.8 on his back end. 2 seconds faster than anyone else, and that was the reason that he won the race. Massive PB there. 6-second PB. An even split.
I don't even know what to say about that. That was cool.
It was very impressive, and such maturity in the way he swam at 35, 35. Very good performance there.
And backstroke is one of the events where you are more likely to be a lot closer with those splits between the first and the second 50. You do get the ledge and the backstroke start, but it doesn't make or give you quite the advantage that you get in those events that you dive into the water. So you can be a little bit closer as you come through on the turn. You still get to go underwater and use that 15 metres in your dolphin kicks as well.
All right, we've got a great swim here from the kids out in lane 0 and lane 1. Keep an eye on Yasmin Patil, though. He's here in lane 4, fastest qualifier for a reason. See how close he can get to his PB. But lane 0 leading them around at the moment, Dylan Murray.
Yeah, Dylan's just looking really, really comfortable. I like his head position. It's staying super still. We see a lot of videos of those elite athletes swimming with the cups on their head, and I think Dylan would be great at that particular drill. He might have just increased his stroke rate down this final 25. He's pulling away from Andrew Vu in lane 1, and it's Lachlan in lane 5 who's done a little bit of a gear shift as well as we come into the wall. Dylan Murray 111.02, Andrew 113.71, and Lachlan 114.36. So jumping into the pool now, it's event 146, the boys 12-year-old 100-meter backstroke. And we've got 5 heats in this event this morning. Almost 50 swimmers trying to work their way into 10 places in the final. Quick off the start. Billy Main, fastest qualifier into this event for a reason, sits at a 106. Josh Coe in lane 5, he's at a 111, so we're expecting Billy to look pretty dominant as he's already started into this 100, about 2 body lengths as we come into the halfway turn. The split there, 30.58. Longer glide into the wall, but that's okay. Something he'll be able to sharpen up for tonight's final, unless something goes terribly wrong. He's looking like he's going to cruise his way into that. Josh Coe will turn into that final 25 in second. And the fight for third out of our first heat. There's about 4 athletes lined up across the field. Might be Tommy Zao in 6, just ahead of Ryder Telford, but it'll be all about that timing of the touch. Billy there dropping 2 seconds off his entry time. No holding back in the heats this morning. 104.82. Josh Coe 109.98. And third will go to Ryder Telford, 114.35, ahead of Tommy Zao, 114.50. And we'll keep note of that time there for our top 10. Into that underwater for the boys in heat 2. William Zhang in lane 6. Got away nicely, but a little bit stuck on the lane rope down this first 25, and Yi Yang's used that to his advantage, staying in the center of the pool, a skill that we don't often get to practice in training, as obviously we swim up one side of the lane and back down the other, so a really good racing skill to have that ability, particularly in backstroke where you don't get to see the line on the bottom, to be able to stay centered in the lane. And Yi will turn in first in a 33.46, ahead of William 35.33 and Dale Yang in third 35.45.
You do a bit of coaching, don't you? Do you ever get the kids to practice the cup on the head as a little drill?
We actually have rubber ducks. So they have a rubber duck that they place on their head. It's a little bit more fun than a cup.
Is it?
Yeah, you get your own rubber duck. You can personalise it.
Got your own drink bottle. All right, very dominant win there for Yi Yang, 108. The only one to get under that 112 barrier, and he went a 108. So that is definitely going to get him into a good position for tonight's final. Who won the heat before? Sorry, I had to disappear.
Billy Main smashed it. 2-second PB, 104.
A classic.
Third and fourth, both 114s.
All right.
This heat, a fair bit faster, so fifth is
5
113.
people. Yeah. Goes down to 6th for the 114 there. So definitely going to be a 13, maybe even a 12 to make tonight's final, but probably a 13, right?
I mean, there's a few fast swimmers coming up. Daniel Mancini, Elijah Lamont.
I'm at the point where I'm just accepting that they're going to be in the final. I'm more worried, not worried, but I'm more excited to see what Leo Liang can do out there in lane 6, and Austin Baxter and Lucas Du can do in 3 and 2.
Well, the boys in the middle, they are already out in front, but it's a pretty good swim from lane 9 as well here. Johan and Austin Baxter, they look to be sitting in third and fourth as we come into that halfway point behind Daniel and Elijah, who turn 1-2, only 0.1 separating those guys.
Yeah, what was the Lamont went up against someone in the 200 breaststroke. That wasn't Daniel Mancini, was it? He was in a different heat, I believe. but hopefully he hasn't expended all of his energy this morning in that 200, as he will have to do tonight.
Yeah, that 200 breaststroke was up against James Bigelow from Melbourne Swimming Club, stroke for stroke down that final 25. And he seems to like that race strategy because he's stroke for stroke again with
even.
Daniel Mancini. I think Daniel might just have it, but we'll wait for the touch there.
There it is. And this is what I was talking about, a lot of 12s there on the board. We'll see how that lines up comparatively to the other heats, but we said about those faster swimmers, and I was surprised by Johan in there in lane 9. Some say Lucas don't, I say Lucas do.
I was waiting for that one the whole race.
I was trying to think of a way to work it in, and it was only going to work if he made it, and I'm somewhat confident he can make this final tonight with that time of a 1:12.
Can any of the boys in this fourth heat swim under a 1:13?
It's going to be a massive ask. What do their PBs sit around?
1:18.
We've seen crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened. I've always said it.
So not too much separating our field down the first 25. Jordan over in lane 2 probably got the better of the starts, but not a lot of advantage ahead of Harvey out of lane 5. And the line across this side of the pool continues down this second lap. And they'll turn in a 35.85. Harvey Nguyen 36.42 and Jason Huang 37.01. Maybe just slightly off that pace set in the previous heat. It is going to take a big feat to make this final. As Gordon Galicchio over in lane 2 maintains that lead ahead of Harvey Nguyen. And we're seeing a little bit of a spur in energy from lane 6. Logan Gibson is coming up right alongside Harvey as the boys go under the flags.
Well, 35 is what the previous heat went around in order to finish in 1:12. Unfortunately, just falling off on the back end there was Jordan there in lane 2, but it was enough to take the heat out. And what kind of PB are we looking at there? 4 seconds?
4.5.
Of course. Congratulations to the young man. And he was so far ahead of his PB. I'm sure that a lot of other people in that race PB'd as well, but he just, because he was so far in front.
I can't believe you don't know if it was the 100% jelly bean race.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted by our great official Greg Langford over here about to start the race. Get to work, Greg. Come on, son. Oh, we didn't like what he saw. 15 years of experience there. Try again. So the reason that we have to hesitate there sometimes is, as I said in an earlier heat, some of these kids will move on the blocks. Now, I saw lane 7 there, his foot slipped off the ledge twice, and so Greg has to wait until everyone's still, so he has to wait until his foot comes back onto the ledge and is in a controlled motion before he can start the race. So that's what you will be seeing there. It was the reason for the first start, but obviously you don't want to hold up the rest of the competition too long, so he just waited until he was still. You're actually allowed to hold the athletes on the blocks for up to 5 seconds. Everyone says, oh, take your marks, go. Gives 0.8, maybe 1.2 seconds between. You can hold them, and whenever someone says, take your marks, go, we always look at it like, wow, they held him too long, that sucks, that's a bad start. It's within the rules, and as an athlete, you have to be prepared for everything. That's why it's so important you're strong on the blocks there. Now, we see lane number 3, Lee Tong. He was leading at the 50-metre mark. It's now coming down to this final 10 metres where lane number 5, Bailey Stone, is getting over the top of him, finishing on the wall there. And unfortunately, his time hasn't registered, and we saw that before. That touchpad didn't quite work, And I need to actually go back and check to make sure that it was Daniel Collins. Yeah, Daniel Collins from lane 5 as well. I want to make sure that he made the final because he would definitely deserve to be in there with the way that he swam his race, just that the touchpad failed him at the end and only registered when his back fell on. But now we're relying on Hawkeye technology in order to give us the time here. So what is coming up for him? Unfortunately, nothing there, but it will definitely come up in the final results.
It certainly will, and even if it doesn't, our coaches have that ability to come and speak to our technical officials. They can re-look back at the footage and compare that to the timing system, and they can make any changes that need to be made when the hand touches the wall from that overhead camera that we have.
Now, we had Ashley Nichols pull out of an event earlier today. I'm hoping it was to focus on this race because he is flying at the moment and he's a good quality backstroker. We know this, and he's also a good quality freestyler. He did a lot of events on night 1 that I can remember. Now, there's no times up on the board, but there are times coming up on your screens at home, and you can see he's about half a second ahead of lane number 3 there.
Yeah, so I spoke to Ash at Country Short Course Championships, and he has his sights set on this Victorian age record of 54.59 set by David Schlipp. His time entering this event is 54.83. He said it's not necessarily the actual record he's worried about, it's the man in the next heat.
We'll see what time he has there. A 57.7. A little bit off the pace there. I'm sure he had plenty more to give, though. But in the next heat, we have got the man who has been dominating this age group in a lot of wide range of events. It's Felix Dressel-De Bruyn. Ashley Nichols takes out the first heat in a 57. And not many people getting under that minute barrier, so you wanted that to be a bit more common in this age group.
Yeah, I really think the heats in this event this morning are just about placing yourself in a lane in the final, having a little bit of a hit out. As we have seen a few of them scratching from other events, they just want that place in this particular race tonight.
Exactly. Now we are at about the halfway mark, and this is where Felix starts to get into his work. We know he's a Victorian record holder in freestyle, and he also won the 200 breaststroke earlier in this competition and the 100 breaststroke, so this fits right into his hands. If he's leading at the halfway mark, you can basically say goodbye.
Yeah, we know he's going to be able to finish really, really fast. Whether he does that this morning or just switches off, we'll wait and find out. He's got a beautiful lead. He looks pretty comfortable here. He's taken a breath over to the side where he knows most of the field is, and he's pretty much just cruising onto the wall by the looks there.
You'd hope that the 3 guys below him all go sub that minute barrier. Oh, they're just in and around. So I'd like to see a bit more from them and just getting close to that minute. Now it's almost certainly going to be over a minute to get into the final. Around about a minute flat. Now we've had quite a few people pulling out of events and whatnot, missing lane 2, 3 and 0 here, but we have got a full heat of lads here. This is what I'm saying. Everyone loves 100 IM.
So it's a full heat of 10 in heat 3 of the boys 17, 18 years, 100 metre individual medley. We're looking around that 1 minute barrier to be in the top 10 in tonight's final. We'll see what the boys can do here as they go through. Nice skills and underwater there from George Huang out of lane 4. Right alongside him is Jake Ridley. And then sitting in third, Darcy Connell. He's had a pretty good meet as well. I've seen his name pop up a few times throughout finals across the last 2 days.
Alrighty, now we've got a nice tight race here between Huang and Ridley. We'll see how close these guys, and the people around them aren't too far off the pace either. So how close are these people going to get to that minute barrier? They're about a second apart at each interval. So you've got a 57, basically a 58, 59 and a 1 minute. So you have the top 5 all under that 1 minute and a half. So we'll need to go back and check what they previous heats were doing and see if anyone from this last heat can sneak in, even though that they're unseeded. Now, I just went back through the results. Daniel Collins did make that 100 backstroke final in the time that I thought he would do. So I know how I said it was about 1.8 seconds behind that other athlete in lane 3. They used Hawkeye technology, or the coaches have let him know, hey, something was wrong with the timing, and the officials have corrected it, so he's into the final tonight. I can rest easy now.
We can breathe once again as our 4th and final heat of the boys 17-18 years 100-metre individual medley hits that halfway point. It was Max McKenzie from Caulfield over in lane 2 who was leading through, and he's maintained that into the breaststroke, but we've got a few of these boys in the middle starting to push through, and a good swim happening out in lane 9. It is Zena Kaneko from Bayside. He's joined that top tier as well as the boys charge home.
I had a feeling he should have been much more ahead here. He had a bit of a rough turn from back to breast, but it's still going to get his hand on the wall in the top 3 positions, and that is going to be a massive PB for him. There was a 102 there, and he was entered in a 104. But it is Max McKenzie who's taken out the heat in a 102.34, a brilliant race across the board. And I wonder if they even knew each other was there. You don't even know where you are in a 100 IM. Just a bit of confusion there. Lane 2 and 3 forgot that they got to get up on the blocks in order to start the race. Usually helps if you have a dive.
Yeah, it is a little bit more challenging when we have the 2 pools running. We have whistles at both ends of the facility, and I think sometimes it can be a little bit, is this my whistle? Was that the whistle of the other pool? And we saw that yesterday with a couple of the races. One poor girl, I think she jumped in the pool 3 times on the wrong whistle while we waited for pool number 2 to start.
3 times?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Was it a backstroke race?
Yes.
Okay. So they got her out.
Yeah.
Then they did another
and then
whistle.
They did another
and then
whistle.
She blew it, jumped in again.
Yeah. It was rough.
Oh.
She was ready though.
Yep. That's one word.
She got a good giggle out of it.
That's good. And I'm sure I would have as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't here. We actually saw someone, like 2 athletes start. So they did the full gambit of over in the McConnell pool. They got up on the block when the whistle happened. Everyone else was kind of looking around like, what are these guys doing? And then they heard the take your marks go and went, and everyone went, how did that happen? You know, and so they these 15-meter ropes that you can see across your screen here, they can actually be taken off the poles and dropped in case there is a false start within the race. And a false start, not from the sense of there's a twitch on the block or there's movement before the block. I'm talking like if the race has to be aborted due to a officialing error or a technical error or whatever it is. Or in that scenario where the athletes had started the race before they actually started single.
Yeah, so we're now into our 200-meter butterflies. This is our 16-year-old boys, and that entire first 150 pretty much couldn't separate Eli Billman from Harry Kumar in lanes 4 and 5, but Eli's just made a bit of a decision down this final 50 that he didn't want to sit there side by side with the other boys. He wanted to take this one out, so he'll come down under the flags, and he will be our winner from Heat 1. The time there, 2:13.65. It was a strong finish from Daniel Atkinson over in lane 6. He actually overtook Harry on that final 25 metres, so he'll finish in second with Harry Kumar in third.
We often talk about what do you want to do in the heats compared to the finals. In the 200 butterfly, I didn't do many of them, but it was don't get disqualified.
Particularly if you look across the field, and we're counting the number of athletes who are actually competing in this race this morning. It's just over that 10, which is obviously if we only had 10, it would go through to a straight final. I think some of the time it's just, even if you are sort of that first top 1 to 4 seeded times, all you need to know is that you're getting ahead of one person in your heat, or even just 2 people in the heat, so you're securely in the final. You don't have to overexpend too much energy here on day 3.
So we have 12 athletes in this race. So if you finish last within your heat, then you need to probably start worrying about, am I going to be swimming in tonight's final? But for these middle athletes, and if you're in the top 3 to 4, then you're thinking, okay, just settle myself into a rhythm. And believe it or not, swimming slower in butterfly is harder. So there's a perfect marrying up between the power that goes into each stroke and the resistance that's made by swimming slower. So you want to just flow. What's our favorite word of today?
Momentum.
It's momentum. That's all this is. So you want to carry momentum from the push-off into the swim. Nice, efficient underwaters there. Doesn't need to do too much. Doesn't need to blow the world apart. But this swim from the middle lane here.
Yeah, Kine and Power in lane 4. What a fantastic meet he's had. It's great to see him really levelling up at this competition. He sort of has sat in previous years around that top 10 finishes, but I've seen him pick up a medal, or maybe even 2. Don't fact check me on that one, but but it's really been fantastic to see him performing at that next level up, and this 200 fly is looking really great from him as well. He stepped up in the third 50. That's my favourite part of the 200 fly, who's gutsy enough to get moving along there. Also stepping up in the third 50 in lane 5 was Brody Cargill. He's going to come and move his way into second, and it will be over on that far side, Matthew Moran, I think, touching in third, 2:14.63.
We talked about if you're finishing bottom of your heat, then you might struggle to make tonight's final. We saw there that Burton out there in lane number 6. He trusted his process. He was last for 175 metres of that race, and then trusted that his swimming ability was going to get him over the top of Gordon Chen in the lane next to him. I respect Gordon because he obviously had a very good crack for 175 metres, but we often talk about what does it look like when the piano falls on you. That's what it looks like. Your feet are so low that they're basically walking on the bottom of the pool, and you've got to try and get your head above in order to, just survive the butterfly. I've got a lot of respect and admiration for him. Unfortunately, his time didn't come up on the wall. He was basically dragging his hands through the water on that final 25, but it's a brave man to do a 200 butterfly on day 3 of a competition.
So moving on now from our 16-year-old boys 200-metre butterfly, we have 2 heats of our boys 15-year-olds 200-metre butterfly, a couple of extra athletes competing in this age group. They've got youth on their side, maybe the 15-year-olds, more of them ready to give a 200 fly a crack.
Either that, or they haven't got the willpower or the authority to be able to yell at your coach and said, no, I'm not doing that. I ain't about that life. Take me out of this 200 fly. As a 15-year-old, you don't have as much pull power. As a 16-year-old, you're starting to, you're going home and you're shaving every now and then. Even if you've got no hair there, you've got to pretend like you actually shaved to feel like a man. And so these kids here, I think they've just been forced into it by their coach. Anyone who really enjoys this, listen, it wasn't for me. That's all I'm going to say. It wasn't for me. You know who it is for, though? Harrison Main here in lane 4. Look at the way he places his hands out in front of his body. Breathing heavy stroke like Michael Phelps used to, but that's just part of the rhythm and getting that intake into your body. You need as much oxygen in your lungs after the 100 metres, because that helps you by the 175, by the 200-metre mark.
Yeah, I personally think there's only really 2 breathing patterns that you want to be using in a 200 fly, and that is, if you do have the strength, breathing once is a really great option. If you don't quite have that power and the strength, particularly in your upper body, I love the junior athletes breathing every second stroke because it means you're still getting plenty of oxygen in. So you're taking one stroke with your head up, then one stroke with your head down. But when you place your head back down in the water for a stroke, it realigns your body. You can sit on the top of the water a lot better. And we talk a little bit about that seesaw motion almost between when we take our breath and then following through with our hips coming up and then our feet after that.
It's a flow from the head. You almost want to look at a point and say, okay, the head comes up here, and then as you move forward, the back comes up, then the butt comes up, then the legs come up, then the feet come up, and they all roll over a certain point in the water, and that's how you move forward past that point. Harrison Main there with a 209.72. Now, how many people have we got in this event? So we have 2, 4, 6 people swimming in this heat, and it looks like 7 people in the next heat. So 3 people are going to miss out. So around that 2:20 time for 5th and 6th there for Eugene and Oliver. We'll keep an eye on how close that is to the final tonight. Luckily, we've got the board working again, so we can see what's going on. But you people at home haven't had any disruptions to your screens. Now, Harrison Main there. Wait, so he went at 2:09, so that's a 3-second PB. That has to be a long course PB. It has to be. Now we move on to heat number 2 here, and we have got Hamish Davin in lane 4 here. He'll be the favourite for this final, and we're seeing just a bit of a drop-off from William Cow. Now, we saw in the age group above that lane 6 backed himself to have that energy in the last 50 and everyone to kind of fall back past him. So hopefully he still has a good solid base of training and will be able to back himself in order to get into tonight's final, because he is in lane 3 for a reason.
Certainly we know those 3 middle lanes fastest on entry, and we expect to see them lift through the second half of the race with trying to meet their PB or their personal best. As we go into that 100-metre turn, Hamish Davin will lead us through in a 102.69. It'll be Sam Hartley who turns in second, 104.49. And Gavin Danny next to him in lane 7. Those 3 boys between 5, 6 and 7 sitting in a nice little bunch. It's always good to have someone next to you to keep you kind of accountable in these 200 flies. If you end up alone or by yourself, it can be kind of easy to switch off. So if you've got that person right beside you, that's surely not going to happen. And Hamish will turn for his final 50 there. 34.6 was the split, a little bit slower than his second 50. Sam Hartley had a nice underwater to start pulling away from Cody Said, and Gavin Danny just dropping off the back of that little pack ever so slightly down this last 50.
Sorry, we've got headphones on, so it does make it hard to hear at points. But the crowd was going absolutely nuts just then. There's a swim-off going on over on the McDonald pool at the moment. 2 girls entered, obviously swimming off for a finals position tonight. They were separated by 1/10 of a second at the 50-metre mark, so people were going absolutely nuts. Some great atmosphere here around the pool. Now, I disappeared, but I've just come back, and I see that William Cow, I spoke about him at the halfway mark or about the 50 metres in, and it looks like he has trusted his back end to get him over the line. Danny Galvin and Lewis Sherratt there, they're going to have to watch out and see where they come in relation to the heat before. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 heats of 200 breaststroke now for the 14-year-old age group. Thank goodness it's not 200 butterfly. Any 3 heat 14-year-old 200 butterfly. There are a lot of crazy coaches out there. Now, this will be led by Quinn Richards. Now, he's got a chance to redeem himself after losing to Yi Jing Zhang in that 100 breaststroke. Now, I'm just trying to think back using my big old brain to see who came over the top of who, because they were separated by 1/100th of a second in the 100. Now, who had the faster back end? Because sometimes that can mean that that athlete will be more suited to the 200 breaststroke. And you look on the national stage and who represents us at an international level. You got Zach Stubblety Cook often does the 100 breaststroke. because his back ends are so good. But then Sam Williamson, who's Victoria's own athlete, unfortunately suffering an ACL injury earlier this year, but he swims the 50 and goes up to the 100. So breaststroke, there is such a difference between a 50 athlete, a 100 athlete, and especially a 200 athlete on the international stage, that despite the 100 and 200 in breaststroke being very quick, in the 2021 games, or maybe even 2024 games, I believe that there was a completely different field from the 100 to 200. So it gives you an idea that it's completely different training and completely different body shapes in order to compete in both events. But here in these state age championships, we've just got all around incredible swimmers. So Quinn Richards is dominating the field at the moment.
Yeah, so Quinn will turn into that final 50 metres well and truly out in front of this first heat. Andrew Spencer goes around in second, about 5 seconds behind, and then Troy Oswald in third, just under that 2-minute mark. So a lot of these boys will be trying to break that 2:40 barrier. It's always a good one to if you can sneak under it, and Troy's looking like he might almost have the potential to be there if he can just lift a little bit in this final 50.
Yeah, Spencer Andrew, we've seen a couple of times this competition and a couple of times today. The swimmer out of Ivanhoe Swim having a good showing of himself here. You talked about 240 being a good time. How about under 230? How about a 2:28.28 for Quinn Richards there? Spencer Andrew, has he just done a personal best? He has. 2:34 down to a 2:33. In third place, a 2:41.99 for Troy Oswald. We're going to see how that lines up. We're missing lanes 3 and lane 6, so that would in theory be 7th and 10th in tonight's final based off seed times. But Peter Trin was entered with a 2:43.16. Looks like Troy Oswald has picked up some of the slack of him and Callum Otto not being in the race.
Yeah, as soon as I see those missing lanes, all I see is opportunity. It's opportunity for some of those kids who may be hovering around to finally crack into a final. And we know that the adrenaline and the atmosphere created in those final sessions, surely you're going to get a personal best. So we want to set ourselves up. We want that ability to come back and race again, to be around your friends, to have your teammates in the crowd and your family and everyone watching here and at home supporting you. And then you get to do your little dance behind the blocks, originality only, before coming and performing here under the lights in our final session.
Yeah, well, this is what we're talking about. Without you even knowing it, you're going to have more adrenaline at night than in the morning. In the morning, far out, some kids have just rolled out of bed 2 hours ago. Not us, though. We've been here the whole time, smashing out the commentary for this competition. But you are naturally going to be more awake at night. It's just, it's basic science. You'll learn if some of these athletes are able to get into the VIS and they have access to nutritionists and psychologists and physiologists, then they're going to be taught that you will be more up and about in a nighttime session. It's all condensed, so all the parents that are split out over 50 metres of a pool, we're looking at the McConnell pool and looking at the Horton pool here. I hate to break it to everyone, it's actually just one pool with a little barrier in the middle. I don't know if everyone knew that, but all the parents are going to be condensed in one area. You've got a massive showing of parents that want to watch it overhead from behind the blocks where the athletes are. You know, there's going to be atmosphere around tonight, especially as the last night of competition. So your body is naturally going to be filled with endorphins, and you're going to be ready to go more than you are in the morning. So if you're able to get into a session at night, you're hoping that you can lift.
Certainly, as the boys turn final 50 now, Yijin Jiang in 4. Big program for him. He's back in the water again. He looked really solid through the first 100, held onto that lead in the previous 50. Arjun Chahal in lane 5, though, he did close the gap just ever so slightly, it looked like to me in the last few laps, but it was a great underwater there from Yijin to pull back away out in front.
Do we have any early predictions on Quinn Richards and Yijin Zhang tonight? We saw that Quinn had a really solid swim in the heats, 5 seconds faster, but you do wonder if that's energy saved for tonight. by Yijing.
Yeah, I think we could end up with, once again, another tight race. Quinn certainly still looked very relaxed, even in that 2:28, was it, from the heat previously. He held that really, really long stroke, nice low stroke rate. I think he certainly has the ability to lift and step it up once again.
Now, although we're talking a lot of, well, first of all, I want to say the positive thing for Yijing Zhang there is his last 50 was one of his faster ones of the three. Excluding the dive, obviously, that's going to be your fastest 50. But of the 3 other laps, his fastest was his last. So that tells me that he's got more to give, a lot more to give. Now, we're talking about these two because they had such a dominant race in the 100-meter breaststroke. Let's not completely throw out Johan Zeng either. Like, this kid, his PB is only 1 second off of what Richard Quinn did tonight. Like, granted, he's 2 or 3 seconds back, but we've seen crazier things than kids have 4-second PB so far.
Yeah, exactly. You look at these entry times, and Jaden here, 2:29.48. Quinn swam that 2:28 this morning. We can see PBs, and I like the idea that it's not really important the time they set this morning, as I just look like Jaden having a bit of a look around to see the pace that he's going there. But when we put them all side by side, I think that's when we're going to see a bigger lift from them. They're 14-year-old boys. They're very competitive athletes. They want to race. They want to win. And I don't think the times in this program mean anything when you get them in those finals. The atmosphere that we spoke about before and that competitive nature of our swimmers is just going to come to fruition and shine through, and I think we're going to have a really great race on our hands.
I've said it many times before, any lane, any chance. And this is where it comes back to one of the people that I used to swim with quite a lot. His name was Brendan Smith, an Olympian for Australia in the 400 individual medley for the last 2 Olympic cycles. He was a big proponent of that. He was a massive believer in just get in the final and then just it will come down to racing, and I back myself to just want it more than you do. But we have got an exceptional race coming in here. It looks like Zhang has gone, you know what, I'm being challenged a little bit. I'm just going to flex a bit of muscle here.
This is the competitiveness that we spoke about. He did get overtaken ever so slightly on the third 50, and he's decided, no, thank you, sorry, I want to take out this heat.
Well, he was a whole second slower than Adriano on that third 50. Adriano went a second quicker on the last 50 than his third 50. I don't know if that was a slap out of celebration or being a little bit annoyed. Let's see how it lines up with his personal best. Oh, just a casual 3-second personal best in the heats. But Johan, or Jaden Zheng there, 36 for his last 50. Now, I wonder if he's going to be able to replicate that 3 times. But if you extrapolate 36 seconds out to, and he did that 4 50s in a row, and all he did was hold 36, that's a 2:24, and that's on the PB of Richard Quinn. You cannot count this kid out. So he'll be in lane 5, but at least we have Yijing next to Richard in tonight's final.
Time to mix it up now. It's a bit of splash and dash. The 50-meter freestyle for our 13-year-olds. Just those 2 laps in our short course pool. And, I mean, look who's in at lane 4. It's Han Tang Wang once again.
Yeah, let's have a bit of surprise. I'm pretty sure he went 23 earlier this meet in the 50 freestyle at some point. He's gone at 25 there, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I'm not entirely, or it might have been off a relay start. I can't exactly remember, but I do know that he's been an incredible swimmer so far this competition. The 23:08 you're seeing from Yo there is an actual time. I have a feeling that one of the kids stepped on the touchpad, and the touchpads can be triggered by you standing on that black line above the yellow pad. So you just need to make sure you're wary around the blocks. But it was Han Tang Wang that took it out. Second went to
Jaden
Tran there, yep, and Lachlan Bull in third. So 26. Let's see how many athletes can get under that 26-2 kind of area.
Very explosive start there in lane 3 by Ethan Carr. I think he was in the air half a body length ahead of the other boys. Super quick on the reaction, 0.38.
Well, you want to spend as much time in the air because air is 100 times less dense than water. So you're going to be slowed down much quicker in water. But it looks like lane 4 and lane 5, cream rises to the top here. Archie Smith and Thomas Poppins are going to take this heat out. Let's see who gets their hand on the wall first. 26.09. Now that was third in the previous heat, so quite a bit slower across the board, but it seems a bit tighter. 26.6 was third place there. I wonder they would have finished 4th, maybe 5th in the last heat. We'll need to keep an eye on how this goes. Might have only had 2 qualifiers in that heat. No, don't tell me this is my boy. Oh, Lincoln Hall, he's not here. I wanted to see him so badly at this competition, see how he stacked up against the best swimmers, but unfortunately he's not, and we'll see who wants to take his place, who's the king that wants to be on the throne. It's very even. Lane 6 is definitely putting his name up there in lights. Lachlan's son, Andrew Wang, though, is moving through the field, and so is lane 2, Michael Punkin.
To come down to touch, super tight on the wall, but it will be Andrew Wang, 26.45. Peter Kim slid his hand on in second, 26.54, and Michael Penkin in third, 26.63. So a little bit slower again.
Yeah, the heats went slower and slower as we...
Though is Noah Tucker in lane 3.
I'm sure he's in the correct heat.
I did get an update earlier on this morning that our Horton pool was running around 15 minutes early, so that can change a few things. If you're not paying attention, if you're just coming in for your one event, your 50 free, you're not going to want to miss it. But we are very big on the timing of things. We want to time our warm-ups to perfection, particularly for sprint racing. So keep an eye on the time, keep an eye on where we're at in the racing pool. Yeah,
keep it updated, and we are now updating the lead, and it is going to be lane number 5 there, leading it around, Jack DeFinanash. He is putting in a really good performance. A lot of Eamon Sullivan about his stroke, the straight arm. You don't see it as often these days. The coaches try to coach it out of him because it can induce more shoulder injuries, but he's just missed out on the lead there. 6/100ths of a second between first and third, and that first place going to Leon Osborne. Second place out in lane 1 goes to, oh gosh, I'm going to have to wait for the times to come up here, Dong Hyok Kim.
And we will move on to our 6th heat. We've got 10 heats in our 50-metre freestyle for these 13-year-old boys. Good start over in lane 2 by Bobby Zeng.
And this is where you've got to be really alert, because the other pool as well has got 50s going on, so there's whistles and sounds going on at all times. Oh no! Jordan Cho was so far ahead of the rest of the field. He basically missed the wall, but he says, stuff it, I'm going to keep going anyway. Did he even get his feet on the wall there? We're going to have to check that in instant replay. And he's going to swim a 27.31. My word, he would easily be a 26 if he got his turn right there. Great swim from the young man. Did we see another 27 in there as well? 28.1 from Bobby Zeng out there in lane 2. So completely opposite sides of the pool here.
Very close to breaking that 28-second barrier.
You got Yajwin Patel here in lane 3. One of my best mates is his teacher, so he's looking to impress. A little bit slow on the start, but he's definitely had a good transition there and worked up towards that lead in the freestyle. Looks like lane number 8 is going to lead it through. Oscar Sharp.
Yeah, Oscar Sharp looking sharp down that first 25. Across the far side of the pool, though, was a really good underwater from Andrew Vu in lane 2. And those middle lanes starting to push their way up now, showing why they were fastest seed in this heat. Oscar holds on to the lead there, though. 28.78 ahead of Brian Pan, 29.16, with Oliver Anderson, 29.37 to touch in third.
3/4 of a second of a PB there for Oscar out in lane 8, so very impressive from him. Shout out to Yajwin, love your work, mate. He just swum that 100 backstroke as well. Bit of a twitch there from lane 3.
Not a lot separating this field down the first 25. Shengyu Han in lane 7 got the best of the turns and really doing well down this second 25. Jack O'Connell
very impressive swim there. Wow, I couldn't believe it. Lane 7 just gets his hand on the wall first. I thought that out there Jasper Yang in lane 1 would have had that, but it's all about the skills now. Lane 7 gets his hand on the wall first. Shengyu Yahan, 28.17. Second and a half PB.
So many personal bests today.
Ooh. Trying to anticipate the start a little bit.
And it's such a fine line in these 50s because, you know, we're trained to react to the sound. So we shouldn't really see too many people leaving before it. But when you're that zoned in and ready, a little bit of excitement. It's Victorian State Age Championships.
So, you just need to compose yourself here. Obviously, lane 9 here thought he was disqualified. Caden Warren. Now,
the crowd loves the reinstatement.
Exactly. So you can be disqualified for jumping in early, but he just asked, did you slip?
Remember, all these decisions are down to the technical officials and the starter's discretion. So
exactly. It's very hard to pull yourself back emotionally after something like that. I'm sure that we'll have a chance. I'd love to talk about that more when we aren't being bombarded by 50. So looks like it might be in half an hour. I'll talk about that.
We'll come back and chat tomorrow. As we come down the second 25, Guillermo Zavalis Fortunic in lane 7. He led through the first 25. He's extended it here. 28.66 for him, ahead of Benjamin Nolan, 29.32. And then scanning the pool back over in lane 8, Sam Wang finishes in 3rd. And it is our 10th and final heat of the 13-year-old boys, 50 metres freestyle. The 3 boys in this particular heat all turning pretty much in the same time. Their entries just above that 30-second barrier. Can any of them crack into the 29s?
I think so. I think they've got it in the bag here.
Cruising.
All 3 of them are going to do it.
Oh, yes. 29.95 for Tao He. He finishes in 3rd. So all 3 of them, you called it, Elliot, under the 30-second barrier. What a great way to finish our boys' 13-year-old 50 freestyle. And we continue with our 50-metre freestyle events. It's the 12-year-olds' turn now.
I'm just going to rattle off a couple of outside lanes that won. So ever since heat number 3, which was our last seeded heat, these are the lanes that won. Lane 0, lane 3, lane 9, lane 8, lane 7, lane 7, and lane 5. But you love to see some good improvements from the outside lanes. Now we come down to the racing here, and you'd expect that Jaden Lee would be the fastest into tonight, but it's going to look like Thomas Grasso is going to take it out in lane 7, 26.76. And we'll see how well that stacks up against the rest of the heat. Has he just done a 3-second PB in a 50?
I think so, but also Thomas Grasso, he came into the 100 freestyle last night. Not really a name that we'd said a lot of across the weekend necessarily, but he blew everyone away, and I'm pretty sure he came away with the gold. So
wow.
Not surprising to see him doing that big drop in the 50. He's got obviously quite a lot of front-end speed on his side.
Yeah, very impressive there. Now we're going to have to see. I was too distracted by how impressive a performance it was from lane number 7. We do like our outside lanes here, and we will see how that 26.7 stacks up against the rest of the field. I don't know what 3rd or 4th did in that heat. We'll see that 27.60, so a full second behind Rupert Davin there. He'll take out the heat and he'll most likely advance on to tonight's final. We'll see how close, because they were within hundredths of a second here. Jason Wang, and then behind in a 28 was Palathapa, and we shall see if they can sneak into tonight's final, you'd expect being in the top 2 of a seeded heat should get in. Moving on now to the third and final seeded heat. We've got plenty more heats coming up afterwards. This is 3 of 7, but these are where you expect to see your finalists come from.
Certainly, off that underwater, it was Lachlan Henderson who had the best of the starts, but on skills and off the wall, Tommy Zhao has just absolutely come home flying. He's pulling away from the other boys. Andriel Chan, he's also looking like he might touch in second. It's going to be close between those two. Tommy Zhao 27.74, Andriel 28.23, and Lachlan 28.38.
Yeah, so that 27.7, similar to the heat before, but you didn't have 2 of them. You only had 1 and then a 28.2. So that was third in the heat before, and it's second here. I don't know how close they were in the heat before, but it was definitely possible that it could even be as far out as a 28 makes the final.
Let's get some finalists from Heat 4.
I'd love to see it. So any of these kids, if they can take 2 seconds off their time, they're definitely not out of the realms of possibility. Even a second and a half, because we're not exactly sure where that 28.2, 28.3 will land some players. So if they're a 28.5, they could definitely be in with a shout. Looks like some of these outside lanes are definitely trying to push the pace here. You got William Bear out here in lane 8, but Cream rises to the top. Lane 4 here, Isaac Lim, and lane 2 out there, Ryder Telford. They're all having a crack, and it's Ryder that just gets his hand on the wall first. 29.39, followed by Isaac Lim in a 29.46. And these guys, they'll be just outside the finals, but some great improvements shown, as no one in this heat was meant to be under 30 seconds.
And it's always such a big celebration, a big moment to break that 30-second barrier. I did see Ryder Telford do a little bit of a celebration over there.
You know what I love as much as a little dance before your race? A celebration. And you know what? God damn it. On World Swimming, you never see the girls get up and celebrate. You see the men get on the lane rope all the time. You very rarely see women sit on the lane rope and go, yes, I am the best. Everyone worship me. I wish it would happen more often. We need more celebrations post-racing.
I think we're just worried we're going to fall off.
Nah, stuff him. Daniel Hyatt is definitely pushing the pace here. Is he going to be around that 28.6? He definitely will. Now, I said 28.5. 28.5 definitely could have been that time that makes the final based off of what we saw in some of those previous heats. So he'll definitely be in with a shout, at least at the reserves. We'll see if he can sneak into 10th there. 28.60. What does that put him down as? Just a casual 2.1 second PB over 50 metres.
And if you consider the distance that is in freestyle, that's basically from the flags to the wall, he's almost improved.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, when you put it like that and it's almost 2 metres a second, it's definitely close to that. Like 3 or 4 metres is how much he's improved by. It's almost 10% of his race.
Huge.
We come down to the final 5 metres here. Well done. Another 28 second there. Gary Wang says, you're not the only one that can do it. How about I do? And it from even further back. He was meant to be a 31 second swimmer. 31.23 down to a 28.94.
Didn't want the 30, didn't want the 29, straight to 28.
I feel bad because Zachary Gray, that he's swimming 31s and he snuck under that 30-second barrier, and we barely mentioned his name during the race. All right, final heat here. All 3 athletes, 31.42.
It's a swim-off.
Let's see. It basically is. And I'll tell you what, Aaron Liu, I don't know if I trust your heat time or your entry time, because look at how far ahead he is. He's half a body length on the rest of the field. He's going to be well under this 30-second barrier. I'm calling it now.
He is motoring. Look at the kick behind him. You can see that beautiful white water as he comes down under the flags. He's about a body length ahead. The time there almost goes under the 29 as well, 29.08. And Zayden, 30.07.
Jelly bean race. Jelly bean race. All 3 PB'd. We get a jelly bean.
We do. Another one.
Awesome.
Something a little bit different now.
Well, the 50 freestyle record holder, the fastest 50 freestyler who's swum at these championships. Oh, I would have been faster. He's now in the water and says, I'll show you how to do a 200 breaststroke here. Felix Dressel de Bruyn is on for another race. Now, I just want to go back quickly. I know we've got an important race going on here, but I want to go back quickly. How do you, as a coach, get your athlete to focus again? We saw Caden Warren in the 50 free for the 13-year-olds dove into the water, so it was a take your marks, and then instead of hearing the beat, he heard the stand down swimmers, and so he thought you're just basically taught to react to a noise. The first person to react. It's when you hear a noise, which is why we ask all the people around in the stands and on pool deck to be quiet when a race is about to start. We have exemption. We don't actually, but we talk quietly here. We just got the microphones close to our face. But we try to stay quiet and make sure that the athletes can hear the take your marks and go. What would you say to an athlete who's just dove into the water and potentially had to reassess themselves, thinking that they'd originally been disqualified?
Yeah, I think it can be quite a difficult situation. If any kind of these mistakes happen at the start, we often have seen backstroke races where you'll be up ready to start and a foot might slip and they won't start the race. You just reset and refocus. These are things that we want our athletes to be working on, those little 1%ers of things not going quite to plan at training, so you're mentally prepared for it if it does happen in a race. A few of the little things that I've had done as when I was an athlete, and then I will continue with my swimmers, is occasionally I'll make them swim a race without their goggles on, because you can lose goggles.
Yep.
I've had swimmers who have missed walls on turns, and just teaching them not to give up, because quite often that adrenaline that you get from making a mistake, you can actually put that into place and use it to your advantage, and you might actually see them work their underwater more if they've missed a wall, or if they have had a problem on the start. You tend to see them actually be some of the fastest people off the blocks the next time. So I think it's about practicing what you want to race in the training pool and then having that composure to execute it. Obviously, it's going to be a lot harder when you're only 12 years old, but it's certainly a learning curve for everyone. As we've just seen, Felix Dressel de Bruyn, textbook beautiful 200-metre breaststroke, 2:19.05. Nikolai Trofimachine finishes in second, 2:21.77, and Blake Scott in third, 2:29.63. What I was going to say before the start of this race was, even though we've seen Felix in a lot of these sprint events, the 50s and the 100s, and power events as well, what I love about his breaststroke is, and that word we've used a couple of times today, it's the rhythm and the flow. And I think that actually translates super well into these 200s.
Yeah, we saw lane 7 there being cheered on in the previous heat by his teammates in Ballarat Gold. That's what we love to see, a bit of camaraderie. It's obviously his coach up there, or dad, or whoever it
Stoley.
His coach?
Yep, coach.
Yeah, coach up there, and two of his mates up there with him, just having a look, screaming at him to go, go, go. And he's getting out of the water, and he is one sore boy at the moment, just missing out on his PB by about half a second. We'll see if he has a chance to come back tonight, if he does, but it definitely looked like he put all of his eggs in his basket this morning.
Turning our attention into this second heat, and leading us through at the 50-metre turn was Mitchell Davies in lane 5. He was out pretty quickly in a 32.79, just ahead of Tom Urquhart. Tom getting himself a little bit of a gold medal in the 200 metres backstroke, I believe it was, last night, and I think he just looked shocked when he finished. I don't know if it was a celebration. I think he shook his head going, what just happened?
What lane was he in?
2, I believe.
You should be looking for a medal from lane 2. Just having a look here, and so we're looking to finish this event around 11:45. We're running about 17, 18 minutes ahead of schedule. So make sure, if anyone's watching and they've got athletes coming up, especially in this 800 free, we've just been handed a reseeded program. So there was meant to be 7 heats of it. They've gone around asking the athletes, are you going to turn up? Are you going to be rocking up to your event? And we've reduced it down to 6. So 6 heats of the 800-metre freestyle, as well as being 17 minutes ahead. Some athletes are going to have to change their warm-up routines and maybe the way that they eat their food, in case it might get a bit heavy for them going into an 800.
Yeah, hopefully a lot of our teams and team managers, that's kind of one of their roles. So we have been running a little bit ahead. We continue to extend how far ahead we're going throughout the session, but those little updates every hour, every half an hour into the group chat are always helpful. Pool 1, Horton Pool is running 10 minutes ahead or whatever, and those are things that are going to be really important in the athletes' preparation.
I really liked watching Harry Heath there with a clear distinction that he was going to work on his second 100 more than his first. It looked like Mitchell Davies was leading at the 100-metre mark, and Harry just dropped a 35 on his third 50 ahead of Mitchell's 37. So that's where he kind of broke him a little bit and got the win. But both of these players will be in the final tonight, and we had 4 people go under that 230 barrier. Now, we only had 2 heats from that event, which means roughly the top 5 from each heat will be going through, give or take some of the times that they went is top 10 place getters. But if you want to divide it down to rough numbers, probably top 5 around about. As we move on now to event 163. This is the boys 16-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke, record held by David Schlicht back in 2015.
As they come into that 50-metre turn, it will be Alfie Graves leading us around in a 30.84. He's swift on the first 50 ahead of Ben Huang in a 31.20, and nothing separating third, fourth and fifth in that halfway point of this swim. We'll see who can start to push through the third 25. Ever so important. It will still be Alfie Graves out in the lead.
Yeah, 100 breaststroke, you're seeing a lot more power in these events. That's what these athletes want to be focusing on. But then again, at 16 years old, technique still rules over everything. So Alfie Graves here is definitely going to be up there in the top 2. Ben Huang has got something to say about it. Max Malone needs to get a move on if he wants to secure himself a position in this final. A 107, he might have heat swum that a bit too much. It's always a big danger if you go in ranked the fastest, unless something kind of went wrong for him there. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the race, so I was looking at the times on the sheet. But if you over heat swam it, that could be a real problem, especially when you're one of the favourites for a medal tonight.
Yeah, a little bit concerning. He went in with a 104.1, so he swam 3 seconds over. That's not the ideal heat swim this morning. Hopefully, maybe for him, he might sneak in a 10th place spot, but it certainly gives the boys in these next few heats a little bit more opportunity, and they might swim a little bit faster through their heats this morning.
In theory, you don't want to be basing your swimming off what someone else does, but it can happen. You see something, you're like a shark, smell some blood in the water, and you can really attack it a little bit harder. We see a good quality swim here from Milo, watching his brother also do a bit of breaststroke. These guys are some of the best at this competition in this stroke, and based off how powerful they are, it's looking like Milo is going to follow in his brother's footsteps and take out this 100.
Yeah, he's gone out in a 30.84, which I'm pretty sure is the exact speed that Alfie Graves went out in the first heat. So he'll be looking for a pretty similar time to that heat 1. Very close, though, between Ashley Lansbury, Dax Conetti and Daniel Nguyen for the second place spot. And once again, 4 swimmers up in the top of this field. So keep an eye on the times. It's going to be a bit quicker than heat 1, I think.
Yeah, Lansbury was second with Daniel Nguyen at the halfway mark. But Lansbury holds on for the lead, and Dax Conetti gets his way into that third position. So how do these times fare compared to the heat before?
Well, fourth in that first heat of Max Malone was a 107.30. So all 4 of those athletes are well and truly under that, almost a second under. 106.55 now becomes that 7th fastest time, I believe.
Yeah, so Max is sitting at 8th at the moment. We had a bit of noise coming from the people next to us as we're waiting for the start. We still just ask everyone to remain calm and quiet as our athletes are trying to start. Now we move on to this final heat. Now this is definitely time watch. So we've got Andre Tallarico here in lane 6, the boy from Nuttawading. Harry Liu there next to him. And lane 5 was Harry Liu. And Hamish Evans is looking like he's going to turn in second place. Harry Kuma is in third there. 5th for Harry Liu, so there's a bit of work to do. Harry and Harry, see if they can work off of Andre's movement. Now, we come down to the final part of it here. Now, if Max wants to make it, only 2 people can go under that 107 barrier. Looks like it's going to be more than that, 106, 106. Max Malone, the favourite for tonight, the person with the fastest entry time, is going to be 11th. So that's a big shock. So unless someone pulls out, he's going to have to be preying on some withdrawals tonight. But I don't think he's going to get any the way some of these guys are swimming. 104.76 for Andre. It's a very impressive swim. He's just swum a PB in the morning. Let the rest of the field know, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to have a crack. Is anyone going to come with me tonight? He's definitely thrown the gauntlet down. Back in a 34.67 there. So out in 30, back in 34. You want it a little bit closer, but it's still a really good consistent swim. High quality there. I think that's a big shock, though. Fastest seed time is out of the final. He'll be counting his lucky stars if someone does decide to pull out and give him an opportunity to get in there. Now we come down to our final men's event for the morning. This is the 15-year-old 200-meter breaststroke. Nope. I would like to retract my statement.
A little bit too keen. We're in our 4th and final heat of the 100 breaststroke for the 16-year-old boys across the field here. Entry time all sitting around that 114 to 115 mark. And as we hit that 50-meter turn, it will be Harrison Baxter taking us out in a 34.08. Just behind him, Cooper Byham, 34.30. And then Finnegan Jackson turned in third, 34.55. So all of the boys in this heat, they've set themselves up pretty comfortably for a potential personal best. Hopefully we can get another jelly bean.
I was just so excited. I was so excited to talk about the men's 15-year-old breaststroke. But for now, we stick on Harrison Baxter, who is leading us through 34s, just basically across the board there on that first 50. It looked like Kai Maloney was the only one to miss out, but he's worked his way back into contention. We're seeing that inverted V. They're the Flying Ducks at the moment. That's going to be the nickname of this race. Was it a jelly bean race? It was not.
Not quite.
No jelly beans.
So close.
That's it. Throw them all out. Throw them out. Put them in the bin.
This is why we're excited for the next event.
Everyone's going to get grapefruit.
Okay, Elliot, are you ready? It is now time for our final boys event.
Is it?
Of heats this morning.
I'm so excited. Do we have the full 20 swimmers here? I really like this because we've only got 2 heats.
I'd be stoked if we had all 20 swimmers in this 200-meter breaststroke.
Come on, please. They know that half the field's going to get in. There's going to be a 50% success rate. That's guaranteed. Whether you swim good, well, or poorly, 50% of these swimmers are going to be coming back tonight. I'll tell you who's swimming well so far. Harold Zhu there in lane number 5. Now, I think it's very important to distinguish sometimes when you see these athletes, because we've got more of an overhead shot on the live stream that you're seeing at home, that you can see a kick and then a little bit of body movement. And a lot of people mistake that for a second kick. So they ask you to have a kick. The fastest way that you can do a split stroke is a big dolphin kick, pull the arms down to the side, but you're not meant to do any other dolphin kicks while that happens. Now, if you're a sneaky little cheater, then maybe you'll chuck a second kick in there and hope that you can get away with it. But I just don't get what's the point of the risk when you can have your whole time wiped just because you want to get 1/10 of a second improvement. Now, on the international stage, they have underwater cameras. So if you think you're going to get away with it here and you're going to be, big Johnny Big that walks in and goes, yeah, I'm a great swimmer, you're going to be found out on the international stage. So I highly recommend all of these athletes, they get a bit of work in, they work with their swimmers and their coaches in order to try and improve those split strokes.
Yeah, in these short course events, the breaststroke, that split stroke, it really is such an important part of the race because you don't need to expend an awful lot of energy to gain a lot of distance. And when you're under the water, that's the fastest part of the race. We also don't have that 15-meter rope or 15-meter marker in play. It doesn't matter how far you make it with the split stroke, so each of those elements, as long as you complete only one split stroke. If you make it to the 20 metres, good on you, you're impressive, but you're not going to be disqualified for that.
Yep, and the reason for that is in freestyle, backstroke and butterfly, you have to have some part of your body above the water by the 15-metre rope. In breaststroke, you can get above the water and then go straight back down, so they can't really say, oh, you know, you're at the surface of the water, because you go up and down, up and down. We're hearing the crowd go absolutely nuts again for another swim-off on the other side, but we'll stick to this side. Go check out the other live stream if you want to look at that swim-off between the two 12-year-old girls. But here we have Leon Vidal in first, Harold Zhu in second, and Jacob Chester in third. Now, we're not looking at the top three here. What's the top five? Top five is a 2:33.89. And that is James Clare out there in lane number 2 by the looks of it. And so followed up by a 34. So keep Keith Hahn in mind at 34.
We've got all the numbers on the page.
So we're seeing quite a lot of there. We saw Vidal, Zhu and Song in the previous heat all have green times for their last 50. So they weren't slowing down. They were speeding up as it went on.
Yeah, I think we might see a little bit of a different strategy coming from a few of the boys in this race. A lot of them more suited to that 100-metre breaststroke. So we'll see a bit more front-end speed coming and probably not those green times towards the end. It just depends on where your strengths lie, I suppose. So some of these athletes, they might do a few more endurance races. I know a few of the guys out of Heat 1, they also compete in 400 IMs and those type of events, so they have that ability to really lift through the second half. If you're more of that pure sprinter, a lot of these guys are going to utilize that to the best of their ability, and then they're going to be working on that hold-on mentality.
Well, the sprinters stand more of a chance in short course swimming than long course swimming because they're power athletes. What's one of the most powerful parts of the race? It's the turn. So because you've got more of them, they're not going to be sapped of energy during the swim. You can see what Xavier Eagle does here. Push off. His head gets to the flags before he even starts doing any kind of split stroke or anything like that. You want to maintain the distance off the wall, head to flags. It's free energy. The only thing that it's costing you is some oxygen because you're underwater and not breathing at the time. But that's why sprinters are able to get through a 200 a little bit easier.
Now, he did speak about 50% of the athletes in this field having the opportunity to come back and race again in finals. And I think the guys in the outside lanes here certainly heard that. Kalen Theodore out in lane 9, he's still sitting in third. He's actually gaining a little bit of ground on Byron Geng in 5. He's having a ripper of a swim. I'm keeping an eye on his entry time was a 2:46. He's got 50 metres left to swim. He looks like he's going to be pretty well under that.
Yeah, so he's probably, if he can go another 40-second 50 here, he's going to put himself around that 2:31, 2:32 barrier. And if he can get in there, that's well under the 34s that we were talking about earlier. He's also got 2 people chasing him, so this looks like it's going to be our 5, unless I can see something absolutely stunning come from lane number 3 here, Gabriel. I just think that it's going to be the first 5 people to touch the wall are going to be the 5 that make it into tonight's final. A great swim there from Xavier Eagle. We're talking about these green times at the end. We're seeing a couple of green times come up on the board, mostly from those middle lanes. 7th there and 6th get in on the 34. So let's wait to see the results, and we might have a couple of people from this heat go into the final. Are they going to knock any of the top 5 out?
I don't think so. I think 5th was 2:33.89.
Yep, so you can basically draw a line between on your screen there. Yep, it's 5 from heat 1, 5 from heat 2. Well split. I just like that we had a couple from the outside lanes joining in.
I love a little lane 9 finalist.
Of course. And he's not even going to be lane 9 for the final tonight. He's going to be better seated in the final than he was for the heats. You probably are looking at some of those guys in lanes 3, 6, 7, saying, as a coach, you're like, okay, well, what could we improve? You know, why were we not where we wanted to be in tonight's final? Or, you know, you can just suggest, okay, some things needed to be worked on. Whether that's me as a coach that hasn't given you the right opportunities to be able to succeed, or whether that's you as an athlete, we just didn't quite get it right. You know, the food wasn't right. It's the 3rd day of competition, the 5th session. Some of these guys are coming up to their 3rd 30th swim, honestly, because if you have 10 swims and you're doubling it, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, sorry, Elliot. I was just having a look over. So, as we said, we are running a little bit earlier. And as we have the two pools, we're just seeing one of the girls. I believe she swam not that long ago over in the women's pool. And so that turnaround time, she's now about to compete in an 800-meter freestyle. I saw a coach just running over, telling her to calm down, relax. They're not going to start the race without her because we're ahead and the other pool is running to timeline.
Yep.
So, yeah, another one of those little things that can happen. The important part is our athletes, you know, they stay calm, they don't panic, because the last thing you want to do is take out an 800 free with that elevated heart rate and over rate and then have to sit with that lactic acid for the next 750 metres.
Exactly. Now, I believe Daniel Collins is the one that's not swimming in this race. And what I loved about the confidence of her, as we wait for the start here. So it's Zara Barr over there. She was originally on the heats program. She was originally in lane 7, and she has been moved because this has been reseeded because we had Daniel Collins pull out and plus a whole bunch of others, which is why we're able to get rid of a heat. Zara then came over and just tapped Thomas O'Toole on the shoulder and went, "Oi, wrong lane, buddy. You're over there in lane 6. So he walked over from lane 6 to lane 2, just reassess where he's at. It doesn't seem to be shaking him too much. He's definitely still up there. Turns in a 30.13, but it looks like our leader is Angus Goodison. Looks like a 14-year-old from D5 Swim Club. I loved D5 a couple of nights ago. Wore all the same bathers in a relay. I wonder if Angus was in that one. But it looks like maybe he's a bit more of a distance swimmer.
Yeah, certainly this 800 freestyle is going to be swum a lot differently to pretty much all of the other events we've seen this morning. We had those 50-meter frees, which are obviously dive in and get moving. A lot more strategy involved in our 800s. A lot more turns in our short course season. And I found the short course 800 a really interesting event because long course, you have those 50-meter laps and it's really easy to find that rhythm. As you were saying before, having the extra turns in events, it does break up that rhythm and that flow, and you can't really maintain that consistency as much, particularly in an event like this where you want to find that pacing as quickly as possible and be holding that consistency of your swims. So when all our coaches are on the side, you'll see them with their watches. A lot of them will be holding 2 stopwatches, and one of them will be for time. So there's splits for each lap, or a lot of them will be each 50 or each 100 meters. They'll also be doing stroke rates to make sure that we're staying consistent in our length of stroke and the speed of those rotations. And as we've said before, it's not necessarily athletes who are speeding up towards the end who start to pull away. It's the ones that can hold that same time as long as possible and over those, what feels like maybe while you're swimming it, endless repeats.
Well, you spoke about rhythm before. In a way, you can almost find more rhythm in these events because what you can do, because they're shorter laps, stick with me here, you might have 12 or 13 strokes a lap. Very easy to count to 12 or 13. In a long course pool, you're looking at 30 strokes per lap. So you can almost find a mental rhythm, maybe not a physical rhythm, but you can get that feeling of, yeah, this feels like my 12th stroke. Yeah, I know that I'm going 4 meters off every wall and then popping straight up, and then I have 12 strokes in order to get onto the wall. Yes, I'm always finishing on my left-hand side for a breath, whereas over 50 meters, it's much easier for something small to happen, and you can lose momentum even without knowing it. And it can be, instead of finishing on your left stroke going into the wall, it can actually be your right, and you have to hold your breath for an extra stroke, or you have to double breathe, depending on what each athlete wants to do.
I really like that you have just mentioned the athletes counting their own individual strokes. I know a lot of the time we'll have our coaches on the sideline counting arm strokes for their swimmers, but I think it's so important that the athletes do it themselves. And it doesn't necessarily have to be every single lap, because obviously these guys, they're swimming 32 laps. I don't expect them to count every single one, but just checking in like once every 100, making sure that stroke count is the same. And it's immediate feedback to yourself if that stroke rate has gone up or gone down. You know, if it's gone up, you might be spinning the wheels a little bit, or if it's gone down quite substantially, you might be laying off that stroke rate a little bit too much, and all of those different things. So you're getting that feedback as well in yourself and your swimming.
Sometimes it's actually better to count your stroke rate after the race. So I don't know if any of these athletes are coming back to listen to their or to watch their races, to listen to us and our expert advice. But that's why I enjoy doing some of these distance races. It gives us a chance to talk about our personal experiences, because you were a swimmer and now a coach, and I used to be a swimmer way back in the day. And you're just thinking, what would I want to do? If you're thinking about your stroke count too often, you're probably not thinking enough about the actual competitive. You're in a race. Like, get active, know what's going on around you. And we're seeing that here from Thomas O'Toole in lane 6, and in lane 5, Michael Phan. We've gone through the 400-metre mark, so the halfway mark. These guys are separated by about 0.2 of a second, and both of them around that 4:30 barrier. But I don't even know if both of them know that Angus Goodison is out there in lane number 0.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Angus. After he took it out so quickly, I was slightly concerned. You always think that if someone's in one of those outside lanes, like, when is it going to drop off? Have they taken it out a little bit too quickly above the pace that they might be able to hold for the whole race? But he's still looking actually pretty comfortable. He's been fairly consistent with those splits. What I have been enjoying from the boys in the middle of the pool is I'm starting to see a little bit more green on the board, which means they are increasing their speed, and they've come up alongside one of another. So that's lane 4, Michael Phan, and lane 6, Thomas O'Toole. And they breathe towards each other every now and again. So Thomas actually breathes to both sides, but Michael on this particular lap is looking at Thomas. And every time they do that, they're lifting that little bit more, when this third 200 can sometimes be the part of the race where you might drop off a little bit, you might go into that la-la land, start thinking about other things. And they've held each other a little bit more accountable and really tried to step it up here.
I'll need to have a look. I don't know if I mentioned Thomas O'Toole when I was watching the 1500s on day 1, but I'm just looking at his breathing pattern. It seems a bit random with the 3-2. If it's 3s and 2s all the time, that's great. But on the last 25 that I saw, it was breathe here, and then breathe to the other side about 4 or 5 times in a row, and then breathe back this way. Like, this isn't the 3-2 that he was doing on the 25 before. Now he's just taking a 3 again, and just another 3 again, and then a 2, and then a 2. It just seems a bit random. You need to work into a rhythm. Like, we keep talking about rhythm. It's so important, especially in distance events. And in a distance event, you don't want to be thinking too much. You let your body do what it knows. You do 6K sessions, 5K sessions for this reason, so that you can switch your brain off and your body understands, okay, this is what needs to happen, because there's so much going on already in your mind.
Yeah, I 100% think, listen to your coaches when they say, when you get tired in a race, you're going to race how you train. So all of those little things that you're doing at training, they will come into place in these events once you start to fatigue.
One of my favorite sayings, you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your training.
Ooh, I like that.
So that's why training has to be such a high standard, is because you are going to, under the pressure, you are going to crumble back down to what you know. Like, your body and mind are just going to break down, especially 750 meters into an 800, and then it's going to go back to, all right, an hour and a half into my session, we were doing sprint repeats, holding threshold for half an hour. What was my last 100? How did I swim? What did I do? Nick Dacos doesn't just rock up to a footy game and touch the ball 35 times because he feels like it. He does it because that's how he practices. He falls asleep with a ball. We come down 3 laps to go left in this race. This is the Hail Mary. We got some officials standing on the side ready to ring the bells. Now, interestingly enough, so it looks like Michael Phan has just been broken a little bit here, and he's fallen back about 10 seconds behind. What I love about Thomas O'Toole here, he's a 13-year-old. These are 14-year-olds, right? He's got some... He's not even racing these guys. He's basically racing himself, and I feel like he won the 1500 or might have come second in the 1500, and that was probably due to, you look at him, he's got a bit of a messy stroke, but his heart's there. I can see that he puts in a lot of effort, whereas Angus Goodison is doing it because he's a little bit older and a little bit stronger, but he's more technically sound. So it looks like he's going to come down for the win here in lane number 0. he will have a gold medal around his neck, barring any disqualifications. Hands go up. It's a little celebration. Look to the crowd. Caps off. He is so proud of himself. Absolutely exhausted. His lats will be burning. A nice close race there between lane 3 and lane 5. That's Lev and Callum. And let's see, are they in the same age groups? They are. So was that potentially for a medal? Michael Fan, that could have been for a medal between Lev and Callum. And they were separated by 0.6 of a second. Let's see how these times stack up against their PBs. So Angus Goodison came in. He's done a 32-second PB. So we have Thomas O'Toole there, 9 minutes 17. What did he finish with?
9 minutes.
9:00. Very impressive. Alfred Hahn, lane 9. Do we have a lane 9?
No, we don't.
All right. Says DQ on the board here, but that's fine. All right, we also needed a check here on the female athletes. Zara Barr, where did she finish?
She was the first of our girls, 13-year-olds, 9:24, and then Amy Bai finished in second in that heat.
And what? You remember the time? All right, I think it was a 9:30 something. But she was just outside of her PB. I'm going to throw out there a 32. That's going to be my guess.
At the moment, those medals are within arm's reach of the athletes from Heat 1. But remember, these are time finals here today, so they don't necessarily have to come from just that first heat. If the guys in this heat go faster, they're snatching them straight out of their hands.
Well, think about it. Angus Goodison is most likely going to walk away with a gold medal here unless someone really does something special. He was 2 seconds off of being in this heat. You know, it genuinely can come from anywhere. We see here that we've got Thomas Poppins, 13 years old. So his time to beat is Thomas O'Toole's time from the previous heat, because that's the 13-year. He was the only 13-year-old male in there, and he went 9 minutes on the dot. So we're going to need to see somewhere around that 8. It's got to start with an 8, just about.
And then in this heat, we also have a few more of those 13-year-old girls. So we've got Miller over in lane 0.
Lane 3 in the other pool doing the 1500 at the moment is her brother Cody said. So 2 athletes at the same time. I wonder which one the parents watch. Which live stream are you parents tuning into? Are you tuning into the Horton pool or are you tuning into the McConnell pool? And if you're tuning into the Horton pool, you're really showing favouritism. Either way.
Well, funnily enough, I think that's Mum over there lap counting for Cody. So.
Oh, well, there you go.
She's
just
also the Traralgon team manager.
Yeah.
An incredible job. All of our team managers do. We're very thankful for them.
16:20.95 over there for Cody said. Just that's on the other pool. Just thought I'd read that out. We'll see if Miller can get anywhere near her PB.
Oh, we're so close to having almost that perfect inverted V shape.
Who's ruining it?
Titus, come on.
Titus, damn it, we spoke
Slow
about
down.
this. We spoke about this. And we want another jelly bean.
Exactly.
We want jelly beans. Unfortunately, there wasn't one in the last heat. We are jelly beanless. We look at Benjamin Collins here. Well, Thomas Poppins. I've seen that name a lot this morning. This would be his 3rd or 4th swim in the morning. It has to be.
Is this the most relaxed looking 800 you've seen, though, from Thomas Poppins? I'm tempted. I've got my watch in front of me to get a stroke rate.
Do it.
Here.
Give us a stroke rate. Show us how it's done.
I'm going to have a look.
All right.
And I need to start it again because
parents
I was looking
listening.
at the screen and I can look at the actual pool.
Parents listening. Some of them might not know what a stroke rate is. Stroke rate talks about how many times do you take a stroke within a minute. Now, for that means a stroke cycle. So not just an individual right arm over the water or left arm over the water. It means both of them. So you've got to do, once your hand enters the water on your right or left hand, the coach starts their clock or their stopwatch, which is designed to be able to pick up stroke rates.
Yes, it does the maths for us. I don't do the maths.
And then it's the 3rd time that their hand then goes back to that original position. So hand will enter the water, let's say, now. 1, 2, and stop. 29 stroke rate is absolutely ridiculously low. I would be hoping for somewhere around 34, 35 was usually a good one for me when I was swimming, a 800 or a 1500. But that is how it is judged. So it's how many stroke cycles do you do in a minute. So for backstroke and freestyle, single arm strokes, it's basically 6 individual strokes or 3 stroke cycles. And breaststroke and butterfly, their stroke cycles are just 1 stroke because both arms are doing the same thing.
So very, very relaxed from Thomas Poppins, and he's still maintaining that lead. What this does say about his stroke, though, is that his connection to the water must be really, really solid because he's getting plenty of propulsion basically from the moment that his hand enters to when it completes that pull. He's holding water and being able to propel himself forward from that. He doesn't need as much speed. So hopefully we'll see him actually maybe increase it as the race goes on. I might just check in occasionally. It still looks pretty similar. What I have noticed is his first 2 strokes off every underwater, he has some faster strokes. I like to see that. I also like to see the athletes who bring in that flutter of kicks on the breakout. So breakout, we're not very original at naming things. That's the point where you break out of the surface of the water. So that part is a really good transitional phase in our swim, and you can gain a little bit off every turn or every underwater by really utilizing that transition there.
Yeah, I see what you mean about these first 2 strokes really maintaining that momentum that he had off the wall. And it's really smart swimming, because by putting in that extra bit of effort for that first 7-8 meters, it means that he can almost back off because he's not going to lose that momentum immediately. It's really fast, really intelligent swimming, and I'm actually a big fan of what he's doing here. I'm going to want to check out, he's swimming around that 35 seconds. That's 110 per 100. That's on track for about 9:20 as a total time. We'll see. He seems a bit under, if I were to guess. I'll check him at the 500 meter mark. He's averaging 109s at the moment, which probably pulls him down to that 9:10 barrier. So he's not going to be as fast as Thomas O'Toole unless he's literally been saving up and he's going to increase that stroke rate to 45 in this last 200. But I just can't see it happening. It's been a very impressive, very controlled, very measured swim from Thomas, and I really like, once again, we've said it a couple of times, the foundation that his stroke is built upon.
Now, just checking in across the rest of the pool, remember we have female athletes in this race as well. It's a mixed event. We have our different age groups, so there's 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and 14-year-olds. I've said his name a couple of times already today, but Elijah Lamont, our first 12-year-old competing in this 800, he's out in lane 7. He's pushed his way through in the last couple of 50s to move up into 4th, and he's almost shifted himself into that 3rd place spot within this heat. Hope Christian down in lane 8, she's leading the girls in this heat as well. She's sitting in 7th. She was in 6th before, but she's fairly close to Andrew Wang on the other side of the pool. Not that they could really see each other, I can't imagine, but they've been pretty similar throughout the last 5 100s. And that's your little check-in update for you, Elliot.
Well, the only person that Hope Christian has to race that's either already raced or is racing right now, the only person she's got is Maisie Graves, because everyone else in the females has been 13 years old. We haven't seen any 12-year-olds yet. So every female that you've seen so far has been 13 years old, and they're all racing each other. And as much as you want to race yourself and race the clock and whatnot, it is very possible that we might see some of these girls come 4th in their age group, but they might have won the 14-year-old age group.
Yeah, we certainly see different strengths in different events or strokes across our different age groups. Sometimes you might be lucky and your age group potentially is slightly weaker in a particular field, and then sometimes you might be that little unlucky one where you have the top 3 fastest swimmers in Australia in your age group, and we've seen it happen before, especially with the depth across Victorian swimming.
Well, if Hantang Wang didn't exist, Ishak Ismail would be probably my male swimmer of the meet. But because Hantang had that relay the other night, can I just get a quick stroke update on Thomas Poppins. On the next lap, give me a stroke.
It definitely looks like he's increased it.
Definitely has increased.
He's gone from almost a catch-up freestyle into that lope stroke that we tend to see in more of the 400-metre races.
But as I said, you want to see... like Ishak Ismail has been one of the swimmers of the meet. Now, he's obviously not here today. I think he's very impressive. As we just check in, we spoke about Thomas Poppins was a 29 for his stroke rate earlier. He's now up to 36. So what's that, a 20% increase in stroke rate? And he is fit, firing, and ready to go. He's having a good crack at this race. Believe me.
Like he's almost left a little bit too much in the tank here.
You say that, but he's in a lot of pain. I don't even need to look at him. He's doing an 800. He's in a lot of pain. That's just a fact.
I'm curious about this split, though. He went 33.2 on the last 50. He's come home in a 29.7.
Yeah, okay, maybe he had a bit too much left in the tank.
Practice makes perfect. I'm sure he'll complete a lot more of these to come.
Wow, look at this here. 3 kids coming in under the flags. Elijah Lamont, not even part of this age group, still is mixing it with the bigger boys, the 13-year-olds. So what do we have from the 13-year-olds in the previous heat? So Thomas O'Toole was a 900. Do we ever have any other? We didn't have any other males in that 13-year-old age group. So it looks like those 922s from Titus and is that Benjamin Collins that had the 22 and the 21. So that could be second and third there. I'm pretty sure. Now, we'll just check on some of the female results here as well. So where are we looking? We're looking for Hope Christian, Maisie Graves, Miller said. Listen, I read the time. I read their names. I didn't even look at the times.
Hope was the 9:32.
Yep. We're going to have to work together here. 9:32. Well, that's
not what we've done all day.
Well, I don't know what you'd call it. Amy Bai in the heat before, women's 13-year-olds, was also a 9:22, but a different age group. So we're not going to have to worry about the decimal points there. Zara Barr was a 9:24 in the 13-year-olds as well. Do you see what Maisie Graves was?
She was a little bit behind.
Miller said.
She was the final person to finish in that heat.
I saw.
So she was just behind.
You'll need to figure out what the time was then.
There's too much maths involved in these 800s.
Because we're trying to figure out 6 medal categories. So there's obviously 6 medal categories. 12-year-old girls, 12-year-old boys, 13-year-old girls, 13-year-old boys, 14-year-old girls, 14-year-old boys. And so you have to try and identify where the athlete is, what time they've done, how that compares to all the other times in the previous heat, which I know I do a little bit of writing down, but I've only got 4 numbers written in front of me, and 3 of them are now useless. So I'm just a bit lost. There's so much going on. I think we let the computers take care of this and we just dribble for a bit more.
Do you know who I'm sure knows exactly where they have finished? The actual athletes, because they are coming into these races. They know which times to look for in the heats previously. They know who is racing them. Let them do the hard work of the actual swims and working out where they've come. But we've seen a lot of PBs as well, so I'm really keen to see what we can see in our next few heats of 800s.
It's our last day, so obviously any kids watching back, they don't get the chance. But if you do well, can you give us a quick fist bump, please? And just like, yes, I'm happy with that. And then we'll try and figure out what colour medal you got. But if you just give us a fist bump to let us know that you're in with a good shout, then I'd really appreciate it. Because obviously they only have to keep track of their own age and their, oh my God, what's the word for it? Gender. So they only have to keep track of that. We have to keep track of 6.
Alrighty, so this is our 3rd heat of 800s. It's the 12 to 14-year-old age groups, and it is a mixed event. So we have both our male and female athletes competing as they go around at that 150-metre turn. Lane 7, Matthew Kim will lead us through ahead of Bryce Scott, with Isabel Thornborough in lane 5, sitting in 3rd. No one really doing too much to break away at this point in the race.
I don't mind that, though, because first of all, it makes for more entertaining races. But second of all, it means that some of these athletes might be conserving some more energy and just trust the process. It's so hard to do. It's something I don't think I ever actually did as an athlete, but genuinely just trust that what you've done is good enough to put you in this position. You were at a state championship competition. You were a good athlete. Now, granted, you are surrounded by good athletes as well, but most of these guys have similar entry times. So they should be around the same kind of area. It's all between 14 seconds, fastest to slowest on entry time.
A conversation I was having with a few of my athletes earlier this week was surrounding that confidence coming into races and that ability to not have lost a race or done a time before you've even hit the water. I think that sort of like mindset comes into play massively. If you're standing behind the blocks and you start thinking that you've already lost the race. You really need to come in there 100% confidence and know that what your capabilities are, and even set them a little bit higher than maybe you might expect, and you'll shock yourself as well.
Listen, I always set my expectations low, but that was just me for my own personal psyche. We come down here to the 300 metre mark, and it is tightened up here between Matthew Kim and Isabel Thornborough. Now, we're seeing here both of them had red times there, so slower there than they were on their previous 50. However, it looks like Isabel is rocking 36s and Matthew Kim is 0.8 behind in the 37s. Now, we'll see if they take it personal here. Now, what age groups are we looking at here? So 13 years old and 12 years old from Isabel. So very impressive swim from her at the moment. I almost think her stroke rate has actually dropped off a bit in this last 100, 200 metres or so. You know, she set out like a gun on fire. She's settled more into a stroke, and it looks like Matthew Kim has responded with a 36, and she's on her 37s at the moment. So he's taken back that 0.7 of a second that he lost on the last 50.
Yeah, just watching Isabel here, and it's a little bit hard on that stroke rate because it actually changes at halfway through the lap. She swaps which side she breathes to. So the first half, when she breathes to the left, I think her stroke rate's actually a little bit higher. She's a bit faster on that breath. And then when she starts to breathe to the right, it's not quite as efficient, so it slows down. And that can kind of be the difficulty if you do choose to bilateral breathe, because a lot of athletes, we do have that preferred side. You tend to be a little bit faster on it. So what's the payoff between the ability to see both sides of the pool compared to that speed element?
With the bilateral breathing, I'm actually more than happy with it as long as it's consistent. You know, it needs to be consistent, it needs to be rhythmical, it needs to be done over and over and over again.
I think it's a great tool in training, particularly with your juniors, to make sure that their stroke stays even on both sides and you're not kind of leaning into one side. I think that's where we start seeing more of those a little bit of concerns for injuries and things like that. So that ability to keep an even stroke on either side. But then when you do want to race, I think it's important to do what is faster. I mean, that's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about how close this field was at the start. You know, we're missing lane 9. So actually, these athletes on their entry times were based by there was only 11 seconds difference. I don't think that anyone's going to get lapped in this heat, which is sometimes pretty uncommon for a distance race like this. I'm also noticing at the top of your screen there, you see the EDA coach, that's Essenden's coach, giving out stroke tips and trying to say, hey, I want your head in the water a little bit, make sure that you're nice low breath. Look at him, you know, he's putting his extended out the stroke. The athletes can't see
Chris
jack.
On the fast out of the pool.
Athletes cannot see anything, but it does not stop parents and coaches from thinking, oh, this is a great time for me to talk strategy with my athlete when they're halfway through the race.
I think particularly towards the end, you'll see the arms start coming in the wave on.
Yes.
We love a good wave on. And then, of course, the international symbol for kick faster, the waving of your hands frantically in the air. I've seen that a few times during my own swimming from my coaches.
Yeah, and this is always the thing. First of all, your breath should be so quick that you should actually not even really have much time to see it. Secondly to that, I would say that these guys, if someone's telling me to go faster when I'm halfway through a race, I'm just thinking, you're not here. You do it then. If it's so important to you that I go faster, you come in and swim for me. It was always difficult when they say, oh, go faster, like you're not already giving your 100% effort. Now, hey, don't stop, because I think everyone knows that, especially on the international scene, these athletes are doing their best of their abilities. But what they need to, you see it from Dean Boxall, even with Ariane Titmus. I don't think a single person doubts that Ariane Titmus is giving 100% of her effort whenever she's breaking a world record, or else she probably wouldn't be breaking a world record. However, that doesn't stop him. Sometimes it's just uncontrollable. Some things you can't do is you are not actually allowed to walk up and down the side of the pool and tell your athlete to go faster, because sometimes they look at that and think that you're a pace setter. So you're not allowed to be a pace setter in these events. You're not allowed to have athletes. I've seen it before where athletes will sometimes, like, there'll be one of these kids in lane 4 or something like that, will do, you don't see it at states, but let's just say a distance meet or a Nunna Championships or whatever competition it is. Lane 4 or lane 3 or one of the faster athletes in the pool might decide, you know what, I need to work on my 200 free. So they'll do a really quick first 200 and then back off after it. Now, what they can't do is keep swimming at the pace of the athletes near them, because then you're justified to be setting the pace for your outside athletes. It was something that one of my old teammates tried to do. Either way, I don't think that's happening here. Coming down to the bell, we've got a Nuttall-Wadding swimmer and a Furbank swimmer going head-to-head. Half a second has been taken out of that lead. Isabel is catching Matthew, but I think Matthew's really brought in this 6-speed kick. You're really seeing a bit of white water behind his feet here, just signifying that he's going to be putting in a bit more effort right now.
Yeah, there's a few little matchups within this heat, so hopefully we have a few close finishes. Matthew really took off down that 25, but Isabel's starting to reel him in. It's pretty close.
Here she comes.
Timing onto the wall. Oh, she just took that extra stroke. Matthew Kim there, 9:43.78. Isabel Thornborough, 9:44.27.
So we'd have to compare Matthew with Patrick Whitwood of the previous heat and Andrew Wang. I didn't write either of their times down, but some of the other players that we had in the 13-year-old age group was Thomas O'Toole and Thomas Poppins. So both of those guys were well under this 9:43 barrier. I just don't know if we're going to see them produce a time that will threaten those guys and their medals, but he may be able to work into a bronze. I'm not entirely sure what they did in the previous heat with Patrick Whitwood and Benjamin's 14. Oliver Seeley. I feel like Oliver Seeley had a good heat. So I'm almost got no doubt Isabel Simmons is probably going to take out that 12-year-old age group for the women's event.
Who was that?
Isabel Thornborough. Did I say Isabel Simmons?
You did.
Who's Isabel Simmons?
That's what I was wondering. I thought I've missed an entire swimmer, but I haven't. It's all good.
I think I was looking at Mariella Simmons, who's also in the 12-year-old age group. But Isabel Thornborough did well there. But Mariella Simmons was the one that got also in that race.
We are a quarter of the way into our fourth heat or fourth timed final in the 800-metre freestyle for 12 to 14-year-olds. Jack Hayes in lane 5 has got a pretty solid lead at this point in the race. He'll turn ahead of Cooper Scott by around 6 seconds, and only 0.09 separating Cooper and Raina Snyders out in lane 7. Raina, another one of our 12-year-old girls, so she'll be looking to match the time or improve the one set by Isabel Thornborough and Mariella in the previous heat. It's always interesting how the fields in these 800s within 50 or even just 100 metres can separate so much. We see everyone always pretty close down that first 50, first 100 metre mark. And then those little gaps, that 1 second per lap, just adds up slowly, slowly, slowly. But then all of a sudden that gap is, 15, 20 metres.
Yeah, if you're talking 1 second per 50, then all of a sudden you're looking at 16 seconds. You put that over even 1,500, and then you're looking at getting lapped. It's amazing how quick it is from such a small margin. Half a second per 25, and in 1,500 you're getting lapped. A full second per 25 in an 800, and by that time you'll be getting lapped by the end. It's very, very impressive looking at some of these athletes here and how consistent they can make their times. That's something as a coach and as a former swimmer I was a huge fan of. And we do have swimming royalty down on pool deck here watching over some of these times with Janelle Pallister, formerly Janelle Elford, Olympic swimmer and coach, mother of Alani Pallister, who is absolute swimming royalty, not in Australia, worldwide.
It's quite a title she's got, hey, isn't it?
Well, I think she's one of the very few athletes that has 3 gold medals in the same stroke from a World Championships.
It's a good little fun fact.
Great little fun fact, 2022 World Short Course. Now, I don't want to put the caveat in, but she won the 400, 800 and 1500 freestyle. It's very rare that you see an athlete win 3 of the same event in the same stroke. Obviously, in the other strokes, you're limited to 50, 100, 200 of butterfly freestyle or backstroke.
And even that 50 isn't necessarily, or over the previous years, hasn't been an event swum at all of our high-level elite competitions.
Yeah, it's only just being added into the Olympics, but it has been in the World Championships for quite a few decades. Now, she won that, and I hate to put the caveat in, but obviously Katie Ledecky and Ariane Titmus weren't there. But at the same time, she beat the people that were in front of her. That's all you can ask. Whoever turns up to the World Championships, she can't control that. She can control what she can control, and she can control her races and put herself into the lead with that. So, very impressive there. Some of these coaches are getting way too invested in their athletes' swims, and by way too invested, I mean just the right amount of invested. Screaming at them, throwing stuff at them, not throwing stuff at them, but it looks like they're about to be thrown at. They just are so passionate. They want their work to reflect the athlete, and they want their athletes' work to reflect the result. So there's a lot of arm signals, throwing the arms around. Bit of wax on, wax off. Mr. Miyagi, there's a sign being in there. Some dude who's 4'11" is throwing his arms around. It's really, everything's going on. It's like a circus over here. And then Janelle just sitting back, nice and cool, watching her athlete. Oh, what's going on here? Another consistent time there. Beautiful. But you know what I love seeing? Speaking of consistency, yellow times on the board. Means that you had the same 50 as the 50 before. So we talk about red and green, but there is a 1/100th of a second chance that you will have the same time. Also, sorry for the radio silence at the start of this race. I feel like we've done a great job of talking throughout the whole competition. We just got given some food, which was very nice. I went radio silent, had 2 rolls, half a passion fruit, And that's really been the highlight of my day as far as a personal level goes. From watching the races goes, do you have a highlight of the day, or because for me, I'm really looking forward to tonight, that 200 breaststroke for the 15-year-old men between Quinn Richards and what's his name? Yijing Zhang.
Yep,
Is that it?
Yijing Zhang. I think that one's going to be a really good one. We also saw some quick swims out of that third heat as well from the boys, so really keen to see what they can do. I think there's going to be quite a few good little 200 breaststroke races, but probably the one that I'm pretty fired up for is the 17-18 boys 100-metre individual medley.
You think a record's going to go?
I reckon it could. I have an inkling, you know?
Nichols, you think he stands into that 54?
I think Dressel de Bruyne.
You think Dressel's going to take it?
I do.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's
he's on form.
Oh, mate. It's hard to say anything else, isn't it?
But I think we're going to see a really good race on our hands. So.
I've just realised who I'm watching. Nadine Sophia Ahmed in lane 4. She was the one that had a yellow time just before. I remember she had about 550s in a row in the 1500 that were separated by a quarter of a second.
So she's queen of consistency.
Consistency queen. I am a huge fan of the way she swims. Huge fan. That. All right, as we come down to the finish here.
Jack Hayes.
5, Jack Hayes. 9:21. Do I know how that matches up against previous?
Close.
Nope, I don't know. I really don't.
How old?
Okay, give me a second. 13-year-old male.
Oh, I think
we didn't see.
We had two that were well ahead of that.
Thomas Poppins and Thomas O'Toole.
But I'm not sure what the drop-off was after that.
9:21 doesn't seem like it's super far off, does it?
No, there's been some 22s and some 21s.
It depends what Oliver Seeley did. I'll need to see that.
Either way, personal best.
All right, Rhea.
Big time.
Rena Schneider.
Rainer.
12-year-old female.
9:35.
That's that.
What did we see Isabel do in the last heat?
I didn't write it down.
We were too busy getting fed.
We were, and I was all at sea. It's good to look at how close that was, actually. That is way closer than I thought it was. Obviously, the first two swimmers there. Jack came into the wall well ahead, but very close around that high 9s, low 10s mark. I'm really sorry, everyone. It's so hard to keep up with all 6 athletes. What would have been good is if we anticipated this and we could have like a little spreadsheet on
we should
piece
get
of paper here.
Little spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Into the water now with heat 5 of our 6 heats of 800 freestyle 12 to 14-year-olds. Looking across the pool here, we've got a lot of our female athletes, in particular those 14-year-old girls. There seems to be quite a handful of them stacked into this heat. We have another one of our 12-year-old boys, in fact 2 of them, and another of our 12-year-old girls as well. Do you know what else I'm keen for tonight, Elliot?
What are you keen for tonight?
16-year boys 200 free.
Give me some of the names in that, please.
Luca Brown.
Oh, incredible.
Matthew Moran. He dropped this morning, one of the only ones in that top 10 to go under his entry time. The rest,
do you think we can
pretty cruisy. Pretty cruisy. Yeah, you've got Eli Billman. He added about 6 seconds. Just cruised into this final. I think he'll lift. Adonis Giotopoulos, he's actually swimming great this weekend. We also have Gianluca Paradiso, who I think might have a little bit up his sleeve as well. I certainly don't think this one's just going to be a case of lane 4 gold, lane 5 silver, and lane 3 bronze.
Well, it's always looking for that inverted V, but you know what's even better than inverted V? Just a straight line across the pool. Just with anyone's race, anything can happen.
Dead heat 200 freestyle.
Between how many people?
All, just go three. Three on the top.
Three gold medals. They'd have to get some extra engraving done.
I think so. Don't know how many extras we have.
Well, the extras are, we obviously have a blank. They have blank ones.
Yes.
So if you, especially it used to be a thing, and it's more of a thing in long course. Short course, everyone takes a bit of time off from, other places. But in our long course state championships, and especially in the open level, you'll see athletes come from as far as Japan, but definitely from South Australia, New South Wales, Tasmania, will all come and swim in the state championships. So sometimes you're allowed to have visitors. Visitors, if they come third, will get a bronze medal, but the top 3 Victorians get the top 3 medals. But sometimes they give those inscribed medals to the visitor because they won't be back, whereas Victorians will be around.
We can come and get them again.
Yeah, exactly. What are you showing me here?
I'm just having a look at your top picks for tonight. So that boys 14 200-metre breaststroke. Quinn Richards, obviously the hot favourite after the heats this morning. He's got about 4 seconds on Jaden Zeng. I did enjoy that little race between Jaden and Adriano this morning. Just that it was almost just a last 50-metre sprint of who wanted a better placing in the final. You did have Andrew Spencer. He dropped a little bit of time. And Yijin added 8 seconds. So that's what makes me think, we could see a really great race there.
Sorry, who was second there?
Jaden.
So Jaden, I remember having a 36 back end. I don't know if I would have loved the swim as much if I didn't see that 36-second back end, because I know he has it in the tank, and I know he has it after 150 metres of breaststroke. Now, at the same level of intensity, no, not at all. But I know that it exists. It's there. It's palpable. I can see it. But listen, we're in the Horton pool. You know who I'm actually excited for, and we didn't see this morning.
Tell me about it.
Lucy Ma. Heard of her?
Oh,
have you heard of her?
Lucy Ma, superstar.
That's it.
What
That's the one.
A legend. I always love watching her race. And at the end of the race, I don't think I've seen her finish a race and not just absolutely grin at the camera. Like, she's just always so happy.
She was doing a little dance after her team MLC run a relay on the first night, the 4x50
I remember that.
women's relay. She was giving a nice smile, a little dance to the camp, to the point that her teammates went, "What are you doing? You're making us all look crazy." And she said, "No, everyone wants to see this smile." And we did.
We loved it. The crowd loved it.
Give us a celly. Good celebration. I'm a huge fan of them. Because I just think we need to see more of them. The only person that I can think of that gets up on the lane rope after a swim, I'm talking on the international stage here,
Kaylee?
and the females, is Kaylee McEwen. She's not afraid to wear her heart on her sleeve. She's like, she knows that she's the best, and therefore she will swim like the best, and until someone takes out the best, she's going to keep doing it. But she's not afraid to be who she is.
100%.
Which is, I'm going to bring it up.
Oh, here we go.
But, like, that's why, I became I didn't mind the 6-7 celebration on the first, or the hello to the camera on the first night. But then it stopped being original. And everyone was just doing it because they could, not because they could do it, because other people were doing it. We want you to show a bit of you. Whether that is just, I'm going to lock in before the race and I'm going to focus on this, that's fine. That is completely fine to do that. If that's, I'm going to give you a quick thumbs up, I'm going to flex my muscles a bit, give a double cobra to the camera, maybe try and find a girlfriend or a boyfriend, who knows? Anything's possible. But I'm just saying that we want to see a bit of you up on the blocks there.
I mean, I'm all for the focus pocus and not really interacting. I love those ones that just ignore it. I'm a big fan of that.
Oh, who was
just too good?
Who was the athlete we saw that pointed to his head and he was just, I'm locked in? That's all he did. Stare down the camera, deadpan, point at the head. I am here mentally.
And as we go through at the 500-metre mark, Isabella Sutcliffe in lane 4 is just holding off Ali Hutchinson. They've had the lead for about the last 200 metres. Over on this side of the pool, it's Logan Gibson versus Olivia Collins. So some little pair-ups across the field here, and looking around the pool deck, some more of those beautiful coach arm waves.
Yep. You'll see them at the top of your screen there on the, let me get my bearings, the east side of the pool.
Oh, okay.
We're on the west side over here.
West side.
Now, this is actually interesting because these two swimmers are face-to-face, and they are in the same age group, and they are racing each other. Now, are their times good enough to...
Face off.
Great movie. Are their times good enough to get them a medal? We won't really know that because we haven't kept track of the age group because we do not do our job correctly. However, we'll find out at the end. There's about a 2-second gap in that last 50. I have a feeling that Ali Hutchinson was told by her coach, hey, pick it up after 500 metres because I need to see something from you. And that's exactly what she's done. She's putting on that last 50, 2.5 seconds over Isabella Sutcliffe, who's holding a similar time, maybe getting a little bit slower. But Ali Hutchinson, I love seeing a race plan come together.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking over, and it looks like it's Robbie Dillison that is actually Ali Hutchinson's coach here from Propulsion. No, am I wrong? No, I am. Okay, so, and obviously he... really great open water swimmer, loves the long distance events. So if you are going to listen to someone about swimming those more endurance races, it's no better to have someone as experienced as that in that role to learn from. And this has been a really well executed and well planned out 800 from Ali.
Well, he's a state open medalist. We're at state age. That's a level above there, so you should probably listen to those guys. And he's not long out of the sport. In fact, is he still doing open water from time to time?
I think he still does some of the more fun ones, like Peter Pub and things like that.
So you got the 1500 and 800 free. Does anyone know what his next best event was?
10 kilometre.
Nope. I'm talking in the pool.
Oh, 50 backstroke.
Close. 50
Something
breaststroke.
like that, yeah.
50
I did know
breaststroke.
that.
He looked like a turtle when he swam it, but that's okay. He was fast. And once again, we talk about it very often. Breaststroke, it's more
so
about,
individual. It's so unique.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. There's not one size fits all.
Yeah, there's so many different things that kind of predetermine what event you're going to be best at, or the way or technique that's going to suit you the most. As the sweet sound of the bell for Ali Hutchinson. She's really started to lift through these last few 50s. She turns for home. Isabella Sutcliffe also on her way back now too. And this little battle between Logan and Olivia Collins down in 7 and 8. They both get the bell. Can either of them lift a little bit more with 2 laps left to swim?
Yeah, so even though we got a 12-year-old male going up against a 14-year-old female, they can both use each other in order to take themselves to a higher quality of swim. But just coming down to the wall now, 34.17, Ali Hutchinson. A lot of greens towards the back end of the swim on our scoreboard here. Only 1 red and 1 yellow. But once again, another green there for Isabella Sutcliffe. Great swim from those two girls. And breaking well under that 10-minute barrier was Ali Hutchinson.
Nice feeling to look up and see the 9 minutes rather than the 10, I'm sure.
You wait until they get down to 8, then it feels incredible. Anyway, we'll have to see how that time lined up with the rest of the heat, but...
PB?
It's a PB.
It's a huge PB.
It's a PB. Do we have... Wait a minute.
Is it a jelly bean?
Where are they meeting up? No.
Oh, so close.
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy.
There was one, wasn't there?
Lucas Kovac missed it by 6/100ths of a second.
Oh, that's rough.
6/100ths of a second off of
over
PB.
32 laps.
Oh my
Rude.
goodness. It's just inconsiderate, isn't it? Like, surely the timekeepers can just like, yeah, take it.
I think so.
I'm assuming it wouldn't affect too much in the long run if we're just, hey, close enough. We'll give you
7/100ths off, please.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to our final timed final of this morning's heats session here on day 3, session 5 of the 2025-26 UNCLOUD Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. Boy, am I happy that we are up to the last race of the morning. I'm really looking forward to the finals tonight. I think it's going to be an awesome atmosphere. Everyone gets around the final night of states, and you also get a lot of your teammates in who maybe aren't racing on the last night, who get to come in and watch and hang out with their friends, and I'm sure the crowd is just going to be electric. And as we said earlier, the vibes are going to be impeccable. I cannot wait for that. Come on, team, let's finish this 800. I want a jelly bean. I want PBs. Show us how it's done.
Is it too much to ask for a jelly bean? Is it too much? Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this will be my last race of the competition. You might be thinking, oh no, these dulcet tones are leaving me. Unfortunately, I will not be here tonight. Do you know who's rostered on for tonight?
I sure do. No, it's not me.
Oh, not you?
No.
So this is your last one as well?
This is my last one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to say
we're going out in style.
I don't want to say the quality's going down, but we're very unique, aren't we?
I would 100% agree with that. We've had a lot of fun here this morning and across the last few days. Thank you so much for listening to us and tuning into our live stream. We have we get such joy out of doing this and being able to be part of these state age championships. Elliot, I really appreciate your time. We always have some fantastic conversations and chats. I've learned a few things today as well, actually, which has been great. I've also learned how to pronounce investigative journalism.
That was it?
That's it. It only takes me 2 times every time. On tonight for your commentary viewing will be, we have Sean as our announcer, and then we have our little dream team, the boys, the chatty boys of James McBride and Tim Roberts. So I'm sure you guys will have a lot of fun with them this evening. A little bit of a check-in as we've gone through that 200-metre mark, a quarter of the way into this 800. Victoria Dang in lane 5, nice little lead ahead of Claire Baker and Amelia Greening in 3rd. Some little matchups again. I think this happens quite a lot in some of our longer races. You're just trying to stick with the person next to you. So really close between lanes 6 and 7, and then lanes 0 and 1. They're almost swimming simultaneously before. That's actually a little drill that I do with some of my juniors, is trying to get them to swim at the exact same time as the person next to them. A bit of fun. Mixing up your training. Always like to finish with a game at the end, because that's what swimming should be. You should always be having a good time.
Yeah, you often you can do little drills, and sometimes it's good to see when your opponents go. So a little addition you could probably do on that is you have to swim at the same pace as the person next to you, but at some point during the 50, they're just going to sprint. And then you have to react to that and then try and beat them to the wall. So then it teaches you, all right, to be aware of the people around you.
Do you have a name for that game? Because I do, but I'm curious.
Too far out of the game.
No. We call it Kings and Queens. And one of the pairing is the king or the queen, and they decide everything. They make the rules. So
yeah, okay. All right. So do you say, like, kings get to choose this lap, or queens get to choose this lap, or whatever it is? Yeah, okay. I'll be a jester.
You were born for that role.
Oh, I know. Parents have been telling me all my life. Sure. All right, coming down here, we're about 25 metres away from the halfway mark in our final heat session. Final swim of this heat session.
We'll do a little pace check-in. Are we on track for our jelly bean? I certainly want one to end the day.
Gosh, okay, now you got to...
I know, I want you to do some maths.
All right, give me the time when they go through, and I'll tell you.
All right, Victoria is about to hit the wall. She's our leader in lane 5. She's gone through in a 5:01. That one should be pretty easy.
On pace.
Beautiful. Who's coming through in second here? It's going to be the girls in lanes Oh, they've all nearly turned together. Claire turned in a 5:07.
On pace.
Layla in a 5:10 and Amelia in a 5:11.
On pace.
Beautiful. Micah in a 5:13.
On pace.
Matthew 5:20.
On pace.
Alicia Scott 5:23.
Alicia Scott.
Lane 8.
On pace.
Beautiful. Joshua 5:36.
On pace.
And Iris 5:38.
Off pace.
Oh, come on. Lift.
Come on.
Lift.
Lift. We want this jelly bean. It's a visitor.
If only they could hear us.
If there's a can if they're a visitor?
Nah.
Not that I'm discriminating.
Not anymore.
But not anymore. We want this. We want this jelly bean.
No,
really
we love having our visiting athletes over racing here in Melbourne. I think it's great.
Burley Griffith?
That is, I imagine, Lake Burley Griffin in Canberra.
In Canberra. All right.
I would guess.
I don't know my geography.
Would be
very well.
my assumption. We'll find out. Go and ask. We'll send them a bill for the jelly beans.
Yeah, post-interview. Yeah. Hey, you owe us one jelly bean if you come tonight. But not that we'll even be here.
We'll be here in spirit.
Yeah, can Swimming Victoria send us a jelly bean?
They should.
They should just post one jelly bean in
one
an envelope.
each. No, I'll be tuned into the live stream tonight.
Yeah, but how are you physically getting a jelly bean?
Oh, I don't know yet.
Yeah, that's I mean, I'm sure we'll be back at some point and do some more commentary, and if that happens, we'll bring
that's if they invite us back.
Yeah, I don't know. We do ramble on a little bit. I hope that
about jelly beans.
About jelly beans, about music. But then again,
what song would you have stuck in your head
I was
in an
talking
800?
About this the other day. It was usually because they don't really have it at this meet, to my knowledge, but when they usually have music playing while the races are going on. But because we've got two pools happening usually, it means
it's a little bit too much. You can't play it.
Yeah, well, you need to be aware of both pools. So you might only get 10 seconds of a song before it's like, oh, that race is finished. Now we need to start this one. Oh, the Horton pool's now finished. We need to start this one. You barely hear any music. But it was usually whatever was playing right before I jumped in, that would kind of ruin, well, not ruin, but that would be the song I'd play in my head over and over. I was saying if I could play a song, I'd play like an 8-minute song. So one of my favourite ones of that is a song called Under Pressure by Logic. Yep. I would maybe try and wrap that word for word in my head.
I really thought you were going to say Bohemian Rhapsody then.
I really don't like Bohemian Rhapsody. I think
we were friends up until this moment.
It's probably the most overrated song of all time, considering that it is considered the greatest song of all time. So the only way I can go is down, really. But I just don't like it as much as I do other songs. All
right, Victoria Dang in lane 5 is doing an incredible job. She has increased that lead with 150 metres left to swim, 8:13.73. Claire Baker still sitting in second, but the gap between her and Micah Chow has just really nailed these last few 50s. She's moved her way up into third. Amelia in fourth, Leela in fifth. And some really, really close racing. This swim is really tightening up towards the back end.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
No problem. I didn't really have anything to go off there. I started looking for pieces of paper that I'd put down. I'm trying to organise this because the last thing I would want is someone coming into the final session is scrap everywhere, rubbish everywhere. We want to make sure it's nice, clean and tidy so that the people coming in tonight can do the jobs the best they can.
Yeah, they're going to need all the help they can get without us there, obviously. As we hear the first of the bells from Heat 6 go for Victoria. She turns a little bit quicker on that 50, so she has lifted in this last 100.
So we want to see a lot of green times coming into the wall now. Another green on the board. Another green on the board. Bit of cheering going on from the crowd upstairs. All right, let's start figuring out some of these. Okay, give me numbers and I'll give bean or no bean.
All right, Victoria, she's going to take this one out. Almost going under the 10-minute mark. 10:01.28.
Bean.
So close to that 10-minute.
It's still a 38-second PB.
Oh, well, that we will accept that.
All right, number 2.
Yep, onto the wall. And it will be Amelia, 10:20.56.
Oh, yep.
Claire, 10:20.97.
Claire, 10:20. Bean.
Micah, 10:23.6.
Micah, 10:23. Bean.
Lane 7, Leela, 10:28.26.
10:20. Sorry, what was that?
8.
28. Bean.
Lane 2, Matthew Dacey, 10:40.88.
Small bean.
Cool. Alicia Scott, lane 8, 10:52.4.
Bean.
Joshua, lane 0, making his way into the wall now with Iris Bell. They're stroke for stroke. They're 8th and 9th in this heat.
I'll save you the trouble, no bean.
Oh, so close.
Unfortunately missed out on his PB by about 7 seconds there. But nonetheless...
Great efforts from all
Great
of these
effort.
guys. 800 metres to end our heat session this morning. It's a tough one to finish off on.
Oh, my word. Is that it?
That's it.
And it went
It's
so
all
quickly.
over.
We want to say thank you to some of our sponsors, Funky Trunks and Funkita. One of our major sponsors, Matalotti. And we also, it is called the UNCLOUD.
Mattioli, I think, was the word you were looking for there, Elliot.
Well, there is an Oscar Magalot.
There is an Oscar Magalotti.
Yeah, so that's what threw me there.
You combined them.
Sorry about that. Obviously, it is called the Victorian UNCLOUD Championships. And we also have Pace Travel Group and Splash Together and Fun Swim as our sponsors. So thank you to all them. Thank you to you for joining in. And thank you to the swimmers for finishing it nice and promptly. We are half an hour ahead of schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Thank you for tuning in.
We look forward to seeing you back at 5 o'clock tonight for our last final session.